Yeah, it's me and you, shining like we do, floating on the ceiling where it feels so right, soaring through the clouds across the moonlit sky. All night we got the way with all of our light. Yeah, it's me and you, shining like we do.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, and I'm joined by the lovely Wadid here for the last day of Week 2, and some very interesting games today. DRX versus Afrika is a huge one. If DRX lose, guys, they go to 6th, assuming T1 wins.
Oh, yeah.
And currently, DRX are the only undefeated by match score team in the LCK. So that's just where we're at the moment. I don't know what that means, but it's crazy.
Yeah, and also at the start of the week, I considered this match as one of the match of the week. So this is one of the important match in LCK, and it's really great to end up this week about the LCK.
Oh, definitely. And I think that we are going to learn a lot. And if Afrika does win, then there's going to be like, what is it, 6 teams that are on 3-1 or something like that? Like,
oh, yeah.
Just nutty sort of scoreline. Which means that we do have a very strong top end of the table, which is very good to see. There are a lot of things that are disappointing down the bottom end. We're not going to talk about that until our second series, which is when we're going to have to address it. But for now, we get to settle in with a couple of blue teams to see whether CV Max has anything more prepared for us. Guys, he officially apologized for the awful draft in Game 2 that he had in their last series. Which was against Sandbox. In fact, one of the only Sandbox game wins that they've actually managed to pick up here. So we'll see whether DRX have tidied that up. As we have a look at the points of the match, Afrika's winning streak ended short with a win-loss-loss. And now DRX having to come off that Game 2, which I think is the biggest problem. Should have probably been a 2-0 up against Sandbox, but we'll see. DRX's cause for alarm is keen. And I think Afrika's cause for alarm is Carrier. I think we've got a very sort of top-heavy Afrika versus a very bottom-heavy DRX. And then Chovy should probably crush Fly in every single instance of this series. I don't think there's many people out there that are going to disagree with the fact that Chovy has just been outclassing a lot of mid laners, but especially Fly, who has been a passenger in a lot of his games.
When I talked about this match before with the Lyra and Kui caster, everyone predicted that DRX is gonna win easily, but maybe one of the game will be like Keen 1v9.
Well,
because Keen always did that before for African Freaks, and he tried at T1 games, but it didn't work out, you know. So I think the main part should be still around Mystic for African Freaks. And you said DRX is bottom team, like they play around like bot lane, but actual their playstyle is just giving up depth and sacrificing depth and just play around their mid lane more, you know. So I think it would be like more like question to Fly if he can actually be fine when he play against Chovy.
Yeah, I feel like DRX, they do not necessarily play towards the bottom lane, but that's because Deft and Carrier don't need any help.
Oh, yes, that's
hard
true.
crushing the lane. And a lot of the way DRX play is around that existing as a fact, and then they can proceed to, you know, own mid lane to the point where Pyosik can go wherever he wants and doesn't get exposed for being a little bit out of experience compared to a lot of our other junglers here. As you can see, no changes when it comes to the roster here for the Afrika Freaks. It's not like previous seasons where it's been luck of the draw as to which players we get. It's been pretty consistent so far.
Yeah.
And I think that has been working out, apart from their last series, which was against T1. And on the side of DRX, it is exactly the same story. Not going to see Quad taking the place of Chovy or anything silly like that. This is the roster that we've come to expect. And I think Doran has got the hardest task ahead of him here today. He did have a decent performance against Summit, but Keen is a different beast. And so we'll see what Doran's actually going to be capable of and whether the rest of the team is going to be able to put on enough pressure to try and hide that top lane mismatch.
Yep, the key players are on the bot lane, but definitely different playstyle because Mystic always wants to be like carry for his team for the late game, and Deft is all about the laning phase, you know, because he want to make the space for Keria to move up and just care about their mid lane more, you know. So I think the earlier laning phase is going to be really focused and important for the both teams, but Mystic is popping off, you know.
Yeah, his late game carry potential has been out of control. Remember, this guy got 4 out of 4 of their first victories, player of the games, and every single time he was playing Aphelios. So we'll have to keep our eye out for whether 200 Years versus Ezreal is going to be happening once again.
Yep.
I love Deft's evolution, by the way. I think it's so interesting. Back when he was playing on Samsung Blue, he was known as a teamfight positional AD carry that would often hide in the laning phase to try and scale towards late game. Then he went to the LPL and developed this insanely aggressive laning phase style. And now he's known as a laning AD carry back in the LCK when originally, the start of his career back in 2014, or when he started, you know, really popping off in 2014 on Samsung Blue, it was all about the team fighting. So we do need to amplify that because Mystic versus Deft, I mean, I remember a few years ago when I was casting the LPL, that was a WE versus EDG matchup. So excited to revisit it as we do check out what's going to happen here in the ban and pick for game number 1. Afrika on our blue side and DRX on the red. Both of them very blue when it comes to the team colors, but only one of them can be on the blue side.
And also you already mentioned about Aphelios versus Azir, but the point is Mystic already won all the games with his Aphelios and got POG all the games.
Yeah.
And he has 0-2 on his Ezreal. So my question is DRX is gonna let him play his champion Aphelios, you know? And do they have actually a great method to play against it?
Well, we'll have to find out. At the moment, they are focusing on the bottom side, but it is the Kalista that has hit the bench first. Varus, of course, is banned every single game. But now one last flexible ban here for Afrika, who have the luxury of blue side banning, and it will be set, taken away from Keria, from Chovy, from Pioshik, and from Doran, all at the same time.
There's one more question for Afrika Freaks, because when Spirit played Nidalee, he played perfectly. Like
he was super good, yeah.
Yeah, playing early game and just managed to support his carry with item builds as well. That was like getting spotlighted so many times. But when he played Graves, he was literally farming for 25 minutes and doing nothing. Ended up doing nothing. But yeah, this time around, again, Aphelios for Mystic, currently 4-0, got POG all the time. 4 POGs with Aphelios, by the way.
Yep.
So, yeah, DRX just let them happen. Maybe CVMX is trying to apologize again with strat, but we'll see, you know, because they have Deft's Ezreal.
They do. However, Deft, he did start the season with one of the only victories for Ezreal, especially in this matchup.
Oh, yeah.
When Ezreal was, I believe, sitting at 1-8 after
Oh,
the
yeah.
first week. But Ezreal, Karma, both locked in here for DRX, and I'm very much hoping that this is the duo lane, and Chovy isn't going to be on Karma. Because what happens when you pick Ezreal Karma is you inevitably have a composition that does not have enough damage, and Aphelios gets a free pass to the late game, and oh my god, don't do it again. So this is what Gen.G did, okay? They did it yesterday.
True.
When they executed this comp, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
Clid was everywhere on the map. He was controlling the tempo, keeping it very fast-paced so that Lee Sin could do his thing. Is Pioshik going to do the same thing?
This is what LPL likes to play, you know?
Yeah.
With Azir Lee Sin, I think Azir Lee Sin is best combo right now in Rift, because when you think about Azir, it's all about mid-late game, not only early game, you know? I mean, his early game is still great, but Depends on his item build as well and
Yeah.
on the laning phase, you know. But Lee Sin can fill that up, and you can actually go front to back so easily with these champions, you know, because they have so many dashes.
The thing about Ezreal that makes him so good is he can self-peel, right?
Yeah.
So you can have all of these diving junglers, diving top laners. Like now, ideally, you wanted a Wukong, right? But Afrika are going to ban that away intelligently. Lulu and Jace to leave the Rift here on DRX's side. The Lulu is an interesting one, although Fly has been prioritizing utility, and now with Karma and Lulu gone, it does make a little bit of sense to take it away and take the augmentation of the Ardent Sensor away from the Aphelios.
There is still Galio for Fly, so there's no problem, but maybe the problem is DRX has 5th pick to counter it really hard.
I think, for some reason, there's a Poppy ban, right, in this game.
Yeah.
So I've been thinking about this a lot. And Poppy did ruin a composition recently. I believe it was Ixu that played the Poppy.
Yeah.
And Steadfast Presence just destroyed everything that the team wanted to do. As
Okay. No. It's Karma for either Doran or Chovy right now.
Wouldn't mind it in Doran's hands. Does certainly hide a top lane pretty effectively.
Oh, yeah?
We saw Rascal utilize it very, very well out of that Genji draft that I was referring to before. And it means that when there's one of those super carries on the top side of the map, you just play Karma, right? And they don't get to really play the game. As Fly is going to be picking up the Twisted Fate, certainly one that he used to play a lot and to a very high level.
Yeah, and DRX choose Azure Braum on the bot lane, right? Which means they are looking for late game against Aphelios, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work against Afrika Freaks because they want to go to the late game as well because they have Aphelios already.
Yeah.
And they have good early game tool with Trundle, TF, it's already set it up, and then Mordekaiser on the top. It's like so balanced, you know, but I'm not sure. Okay.
Okay, so we've got 3 supports and a Lee Sin and an Ezreal. Chovy mid Ezreal? Poggers?
No, that's not happening. That's not happening. I don't want to see Morgana Braum bot lane. That's disaster. Or maybe we can see like Braum top lane and Karma Morgana bot lane, but that's not happening, you know?
I mean, there is a lot of short-range CC here on the DRX comp, but playing short-range into Aphelios is exactly what you never want to do. So I don't... Look. Yeah.
Yeah, that is my... I already mentioned it. Afrika Freaks really want to go to the late game. It's already set it up. They are really balanced. Their early game is not horrible. So their setup is already perfect. But DRX just randomly choose to not use Azure Karma on the bot lane. And they just gave up bot lane Priya too. So I'm not sure if it's going to work at the late game. But yeah, it's for sure interesting draft again from CV Max that they have Karma and Morgana again. But I'm not sure if they have enough damage though.
That's the problem that I'm looking at. I don't think there's nearly enough damage here. I mean, if people are playing around in puddles the entire time, then yes, Morgana's going to do some damage.
Yeah.
And if you're going to all collapse on top of her, you'll also do a fair bit of damage, right?
Or if you had Aphelios with this composition.
Oh, I know.
It would be like so perfect, you know?
And I mean, I'm looking at this comp, right? And you do see that there is value to the Steadfast Presence. There is a reason to ban away the Poppy. But I don't know whether Keen is going to Ixu this game, you know? And if Keen is playing Poppy, is that something that's going to make you happy, right? Because honestly, like Poppy into Karma, she's not going to have a great time.
No.
She's just going to, you know, sit back and not really be able to have an impact in the early stages. So if that Poppy ban was in fact an Aphelios ban, then this looks a lot better.
I agree. I completely agree. And especially when I already mentioned so many times that Mystic is all about Aphelios, you know?
Oh, yeah.
His stats, it's because of Aphelios. And he carried most of the team fights. And yeah, he got it again. He didn't die many times on Aphelios when we were always talked about why Mystic is not that good enough in Spring Split because he died so many times in lane and in team fights. But with his Aphelios with with that sense, he didn't die that much, and his team also know that he can carry 1v9 all
Yeah.
the time.
Okay, so let's go into the good things about DRX's comp.
Okay.
Because we've spoken about the fact that we're very worried that it doesn't have a lot of damage, and that is true. One thing it does have is extraordinarily large amounts of area control.
True.
You can control everything about a teamfight, especially with the Glacial Augment Morgana. I don't know whether Morgana would have been better than Nico or not, but Nico does a very similar thing, and we've seen her more recently. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's going to be enough to mitigate the lack of damage problem, because we're always looking at Aphelios in compositions like this or in games like this to see whether there's going to be enough to stop him from getting a crescendum and killing literally everyone.
Yeah. I mean, you must one-shot Aphelios.
Yeah, 100%.
That's the point, you know, if you want to play against Aphelios, or like dash into him like at the same time and make it really complicated for Aphelios to just fight front to back. But
Yeah.
right now it seems like really easy because they have no damage right now.
Yep. Unless Deft gets extraordinarily far ahead. And that's something that can happen. He is a very good Ezreal player. We can see him trading very nicely here. And if you do ever tag the Aphelios with the Braum, then that's going to be very reliable CC. So, I mean, there certainly are ways to deal with it. As you see, Kerry going to have to flash very early, and Spirit's just going to wander his way in. Deft still has the Arcane Shift. Unbreakable comes down, and Spirit takes way too much damage here in this lane. Deft played that very calmly. I really, really enjoyed how he played that one out. Just hold on to the E and just continue kiting.
Oh, so
Early game stats not great for DRX, by the way.
yeah, it's really mystery. They literally said it's mystery that DRX has this weird kind of stats.
DRX have just paused saying, oh, these aren't the right champions. Can we go back?
Can we redraft?
Yeah, we were supposed to ban Ben's Nautilus because he's been one-tricking it this entire season. Oh, we were supposed to ban Aphelios. Oh, sorry, we forgot. No, not the case, not the case. We're just going to have a little bit of a pause here. I'm going to take a cheeky little peek back, as it looks like Carrier is the man on the screen. Maybe he fat-fingered the flash.
I'm not sure. And
Not sure.
I already worry about this situation because when I cast the game,
Yeah, no, you always get a pause.
yeah, there is always delay or pause.
You are the pause master. Pause master would do.
Pause master.
But it's okay. It's Esports Friday today. Do you have any plans for your Esports weekend, which is Monday, Tuesday?
Maybe playing more leagues.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. So it was a Ben issue, a little bit of a mic problem. So they needed to turn up his volume, and he's going to get a little bit of a penalty, unfortunately, because they needed to check before the game. You're supposed to do a mic check. You're supposed to do that. That's on the teams in order to make sure that that's there. So a slight penalty. Not entirely sure what the penalty is going to be, but they have adjusted Ben's mic now, and we're going to be getting into the match ASAP.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a carrier problem. That's fine.
I mean, they had enough time to set it up before
Yeah.
the game, so there should be a penalty. So, yeah.
Or Ben should just be talking louder. Not entirely sure. As you can see, techs are taking care of it. Surprising that it's not just let's up the volume and move on type situation, but it might be that they have
there is a
to get
problem.
out of the game and then get back in again, or
Yeah, maybe-
something like
yeah.
that. Because remember, guys, there has to be a lot of integration with the voice comms that isn't allowed to interact with the game in any way, and there's a lot that we do to make sure that security is taken care of, and all of the, there's no way that anyone can do any sort of tampering or anything like that. So things take a little bit longer just to assure everyone that everything is sorted. And by the looks of things, we are going to be getting back into this one as soon as we possibly can. But remember, this is a Woodid broadcast, so we always need to have a pause. I'm glad we're getting it over and done with pretty early,
Yeah, but I must apologize to the viewers
Yep.
because
It's
it's always me,
Mhm.
I'm sorry, guys.
We actually, there's a thing that we talk about here at the LCK, and that is combinations of commentators and
Oh, yeah?
long days.
Oh.
And so far, the worst possible combination of commentators has been me, you Wadid, and Caster Jun.
Oh, yeah?
So thankfully, we have Sunke today on the Korean broadcast.
Oh, I'm not sure about that because last time when I had casting time in Korean with Song K and Cloud Templar, we literally delayed like 1.5 hours
Oh dear.
in one day. And I literally danced on the broad.
I remember that actually. Oh wait, that was my solo cast day. Was that for Casper Cup?
No. It was in LCK, but
Oh, okay.
luckily we do not have pass for
It's not too
1.5 hours.
I don't know what... we'll find out what the punishment actually is going to be, whether it's just fine or something like that, as Pyosik looking for a little bit of gank here on the fly. We call that a drive-by, as it's another Dredge Line that's going to land really beautifully there. Deft uses the rest of his mana, does get the stun onto the Nautilus, and that's going to stop any further aggression. Teleport was picked up here by Deft, so he can choose to go back. As you can see, Pyosik also going to do the same. They're looking to try and stop Spirit from getting too aggressive here, as he does kill the ward immediately, something you can do quite easily with the Chomp. Yeah. And observe Carrier's positioning. Always got to make sure that you're there for the Unbreakables, as our Spirit's just going to steal away the Gromp.
It seems like it's still really great early game by Pyosik because he got double scuttles.
Yeah, true. That's a lot of extra gold here.
Yeah, he's still controlling the early games, but there is still worry that they have not enough damage because Morgana picked up Glacier Arguments and the top lane Karma picked up Grasp. So
it's definitely going to be Iceborne Gauntlet for Doran. Or, I mean, I guess you don't necessarily need to. You can go with something like an Athene's Unholy Grail instead, because you're up against a Mordekaiser who's going to be doing magic damage.
Oh,
It might help the ability for Karma to scale a little bit better. But even so, right, like, Karma is still Karma regardless, as Pyosik lands a Q here onto Spirit, trying to fight this one out, but that is press the attack on the Trundle, and that is a scary amount of damage. Kane's down to about half health here, so Pyosik should be able to make it out just fine. And thankfully for DRX, Fly didn't have level 6 just yet.
and yeah, we had the subtitle for that. Finally, after 353 days, it's Mid Morgana again in LCK, and it was actually Chovy that the last time when Mid Morgana was popped off in LCK when he was in Griffin.
Well, we'll just have to see whether he's going to make it work. I remember the most famous game with Mid Morgana, and Deft was in it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
MSI 2015, where in Game 5, EDG picked Mid Morgana versus Faker's undefeated LeBlanc.
Oh yeah.
And beat them. It was a very historic day.
And it was Pawn, by the way.
It was Pawn, yep.
And he's in Analyst Desk right now.
Is he actually here today?
Yeah, I think
didn't see him in the back. Okay, that's fantastic. So we get to actually hear from Pawn, the man himself. I hope so.
That's true, actually.
That would be so good.
The business, perfect.
LCK production knew that it was going to happen, so they made sure that they put him on the broadcast. That's just the level of forward thinking that we have here in the LCK. One thing that Morgana can do a lot is push the wave. So DRX should be able to have lane control for the majority of this early game. That's going to give Pyosik the ability to do whatever he wants, basically. But I want to see Pyosik actually create some chaos, create some issue here for Afrika to deal with, because Afrika are so happy to chill out and do nothing for as long as possible and then get on the Mystic bus.
Yeah, because they got crushed by T1.
Oh, yeah.
When they didn't have early game priors. But right now, I think this situation is what Afrika Freaks wanted.
Oh, 100%.
Nothing happens in early game, and just go for the late game, because it's all about Mystic. I already said it before. It's all about team fight.
And you can see that's exactly what Spirit has on his mind. He's looking to try and promote some sort of dive attempt or something like that. You can see Pyosik is in his jungle at the moment, stealing things away. There are pings out. But here, Afrika have exactly the correct vision, as Deft gets a pretty good trade here under Mystic. Unbreakable is very good against Aphelios. I think that might be what... Okay, that's a flash forward into the Soul Shackles. Fly not going to be able to avoid this stun. the Dark Binding comes down as well, as Pyoshik thought he had the Q onto Fly, but no, it's going to be Mystic that blocks it immediately, and Ben here for the support. Ignite down onto Pyoshik as Safeguard is going to bait Ben in. Aftershock now down, the exhaust going to be used. They do get the flash. Spirit in the meantime is just going to be taking on a Brambleback, and DRX are going to have to back away. But it looks like this is their opportunity to go towards this Dragon. And there's a teleport back from Deft. That got him back to the lane earlier, so he has his Sheen as Mystic's going to turn up. There's the Destiny. Pyoshik is very low as Winter's Bite will land. Chovy, remember, no flash and no Soul Shackles for the moment, and this Dragon is very low. Q lands there from Mystic. He has exactly the weapons that he wants here at level 5, and it looks like DRX are going to have to give up this Drake, and Keen here already. That's going to guarantee it. Dark Binding barely missing off the back end, but a definite advantage here to Afrika, unless Doran takes this turret or something like that, but he's calmer, he's not going to be able to do it.
That was actually long skirmishes started from mid lane, and if Pyoshik was closer than he was, I think they could actually one-shot TF, but that was not organized, so that's why Fly could actually survive. That was great defensive play by Spirit as well.
Yeah, I think Spirit blocking the Q was huge to keep Fly alive.
But anyways, at the end, because of Keen's move from the top lane, Afrika Freaks got the first Drake. And this is already a really good start because DRX is one that who had like all the lane of priors because of Morgana and Karma.
Yeah.
And Afrika Freaks is all about the late game, but they already got the first Drake. So it's already easy game set it up for Afrika Freaks right now.
The gold, not necessarily telling that story, but you're exactly right. I mean, a Dragon this early with a late game comp is 100% cherry on top. Like, you're never supposed to be able to get that, right? You want to be fighting for soul points and denying them and then outscaling, right? That's sort of how the game goes. Not going to be happening this time around, and Afrika are also going to be able to move towards the top side, take down the Rift Herald, and DRX's early game statistics continue to look absolutely woeful. As Super Soaker picked up here by Chovy, so that Glacial Augment certainly going to be looking good. Keen clears out this minion wave. Okay, here's the rotation as Keen. He could just be dead, but does have Death Realm, and the rest of Afrika are going to turn up. Doran is inside the Death Realm and will get out in front of 4 people as he flashes away and will give First Blood over to Mystic, of all people. And I hope CV Max is preparing that next apology, because it's not looking like this was a stroke of genius. Pyoshik's going to turn up. Death's Grasp lands onto Carrier. First turret plate will go down. And there is Shelly to be placed right in front of this turret. Morgana not actually able to leave this lane just yet. And there is vision absolutely everywhere. And Afrika now will steal away the gold lead.
Yeah, I guess that first skirmishes, the first skirmish would actually affect DRX so hard, because right now it's already doomed, I guess, because...
Yeah, well, I mean, it's looking like that, yeah.
The Herald is already on the Aphelios side. He got so much gold. And yeah, it's looking like Afrika Freaks is not afraid to take the fight anymore because they are strong enough to fight back.
And Mystic's going to go back, finish his Infinity Edge, get very close to his next item as well. It's actually, no, not going to quite be that finish. It does have Berserk's Greaves. And Keen survived this, remember, just face checking, thankfully. Did have access to the Death Realm.
And yeah, I'm not sure why DRX choose to play on top side. Yes, they have bot lane, but Chovy was stuck in the base with Pyoshik, so that was literally the separated play by DRX. Seemed like unorganized, not synchronized at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we can say that draft is one of the problem, but also their in-game play is not good as well.
I mean, and yeah, you can actually work out exactly what DRX are trying to do with this comp, right? You can see how this comp would work. They're not playing to that at this point in time.
No.
Not end of the world just yet, of course. Only 300 gold in it as far as advantages or anything like that. But when you factor in scaling, things get very worrying. There's Carrier standing in this brush. Just trying to bait him in there as Kyoshik's going to land the Q there. Looking for the kill onto Ben, who dredge lines and goes golden. There's the ulti, and that's going to be a dead Nautilus. And now Fly makes his way forward. Not a lot of mana there as Chovy's in this fight, but there's the Moonlight Vigil. Your AoE not quite as good as ours, says Afrika Freaks. And DRX will back away despite it being 3 versus 4.
That was really great pickup by DRX, and at the same time, I really want to focus on Kyoshik because I think it's... If DRX really wants to take this game, it's not Daft who really needs to 1v9, it's Kyoshik, I think.
I think Kyoshik doesn't need to 1v9, but he needs to take Mystic out of the fight, and then Deft can carry.
And
right?
make the early game skirmishes.
Yeah.
Because if they reach to the late game, I'm not sure, you know, it's about the traps, they have no damage, so as much as possible they have to make a lot of situations between Lee Sin and Ezreal, and it's on Kyoshik right now. And they did it on the top lane, but it was only 1 kill, and it was only support who died from Afrika Freaks. So there is still so many tasks on DRX side, but as you mentioned it's not end of the world. So we'll see what's gonna happen in the next situation.
Well, Kyoshik's gonna look to try and solo out this Drake. Spirit's moving on down as Fly, sitting at about half health. Chovy practically ungankable here in the mid lane, so not something that Spirit's going to be looking at. Black Shield's one hell of an ability. And so probably not going to be worried about too much. As the Drake is picked up, and Ocean Soul is what we're coming to deal with. So this is actually DRX's out. If they reach Ocean Soul, how are you supposed to get through a Karma Morgana comp? I don't think that is super difficult, even for an Aphelios. Because they should just be able to get on top of him and take him down. Right here, the exhaust onto Mystic, definitely very high value. DRX were able to get out with their 1 kill. So 1-1, going to be the scoreline, 100 gold in it. As DRX managed to pull back just a little bit. A couple of extra turret plates here picked up. Of course, Shelly helping out there. I'm still worried, Wadid. Still worried for what DRX are going to do as this game goes further forward. Because what we want here in the LCK is competitive matches where you don't necessarily know the outcome until, you know, that one team fight, you know, where players are going to, it's based on how they play. I don't like a game where the draft tells us, oh, well, it's reached 25 minutes on the clock, I guess these guys win. And I'm scared that that might be the case. But we'll see. DRX might have a plan.
And yeah, there is still Ezreal who got the first kill and still growing up really good. Maybe that 1 kill actually helps DRX to snowball this game, because it seems like DRX is controlling the top side river, and this is what they wanted. And Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit's going to turn up. Mystic's already starting to do a lot of damage here. There's the ulti back. They do nail it onto Spirit. Their Winter's Bite also going to land. True Shot Barrage comes in as Kyoshik trying to find position. Fly gets into the backline and Mystic is dead. Deft took it upon himself to take him down. Double kill already for Deft's Ezreal, and Fly is running the hell away from that Lee Sin. Spirit now trying to escape, and I think Afrika know that without Mystic, they're not going to do anything, as Doran's going to lock down the 3rd kill of the skirmish. And this is what DRX have to do, and in this instance, they nailed it.
And yeah, Mystic had no flash, and he just ran into Brown for no reason. Yes, they really wanted to push them out to get the vision back, but this one, he didn't have flash and no cleans. And he literally just ran into Brown, who had ultimate on him. So he got one-shotted. And this is really good news for DRX. And it's again, Kyoshik and Chovy is getting mid-prior against Twisted Fate. And it seems like Fly is struggling, because you never can roam with pushing mid.
That's the answer to the Twisted Fate from DRX here. So maybe we're starting to see some of the genius. 3-0-1 though. This is the huge difference now. Deft is even building towards a Trinity Force. It's not going to be the Iceborne Gauntlet this time.
Oh, man.
Look, that's just going to be a much bigger 2-item power spike, and I respect that from DRX. They still know that scaling is not in their favor. And so Deft will have that Trinity Force built up very soon, looking to try and get that Muramana transformation as well. And let's just see whether DRX can start this snowball hurtling towards Afrika Freaks.
And yeah, Fly's Twisted Fate is doing literally nothing in this game, it seems like.
He's got a bit of fun.
Yeah, he's farming with Twisted Fate, maybe.
Congratulations.
Yeah, farming with Azir or Koruki was better probably.
Yeah, maybe, okay.
But anyways, DRX is controlling the game and getting the first tower in the mid lane.
That's actually huge. Mid-outer turret is gigantic. They have a comp that does pick very, very well with Braum Morgana. Even the Karma, especially as follow-up, is going to be doing great things there.
And yeah, look at Doran's item build. It's not Iceborne, Gunslet, boring Karma.
Yeah, no, actually...
It's actually spicy Karma on the top lane.
And you remember when Faker did this? He built the...
Oh, yeah.
It went away from the Athene's Unholy... Sorry, the Ardent Sensor build. As we've got Chovy trying to kill Fly here.
Oh.
Puts a puddle underneath him. That actually does a fair bit of damage there, as Ben's going to turn up. Spirit looking to try and lock this one down as Fly jumps on top of Chovy into a puddle. Chovy's still going to die, guys. Was going for a bit of a battle. The rest of DRX not really doing much with this.
Glacier Augment Morgana has no damage, guys. It's official.
Yeah. As Mystic, that was a pretty high value flash.
No flash again, but anyways, we checked that Morgana has no damage, by the way.
Yeah.
He literally landed all the skull shots
And did
on Twisted Fate and did nothing.
Yeah. And also, Fly was sitting on a stopwatch the entire time anyway.
Yep.
So knew that he was under no threat. It's not necessarily Chovy's job as this Morgana. It's just unfortunate that he really does need more damage because of the composition that they have.
And the item build as well.
Yeah. And he's probably going to be building into Zhonya's next item, so it's not going to get better from here with it. It's going to be like 5th item Rabbidan's Death Cap into 6th item Void Staff.
Yeah.
And then he's allowed to do some damage maybe.
But anyways, that was great pickup by Afrika Freaks. And still, Mystics Aphelios died only one time. So it still be possible, and the first Drake is helping them so much, by the way. It's delaying so much time.
Oh yeah. And DRX, I guess, might be happy that at least they get to pick up yet another Ocean Drake to augment that soul further. But Afrika, they're going to get to the point where they're happy to team fight much sooner than DRX get to a soul point. Because, of course, that first Drake. So it has multiple advantages, not only for the extra stats, but just for the time that it's bought them. As Chovy does have a lot of CDR, so he puts puddles on his puddles.
Oh, Fly went Rapid Fire Cannon for second item.
Ultra utility Twisted Fate for the long-range gold card. That is his job. He is a stun bot.
And I think right now it's Afrika's main job is moved to Keen because their composition, DRX's composition is all about just grouping as 5 as Karma, Morgana, Ezreal just shooting some skill shots, but Mordekaiser, he can always bring the players in to his room. So I think it's Keen who really needs to work hard to make this game easy.
Well, Carrier gonna have to stand behind some minions here as the Unbreakable does absolutely so much work. That was just insane. As Ben is gonna go down very, very quickly. Instant QSS there from Deft, gets out of the gold card. As Keen dives into the middle of the fight, puts Chovy in the Death Realm. We'll see whether Chovy is going to live. The Dark Binding is going to be there, and my god, he just survived for so damn long. Yoshi gets the kickback on a Mystic, but it's not going to be enough, as Carrier has to shield himself, and the AoE flies down onto DRX, but they're still alive, and Deft is still looking for more. No Mystic shot to land onto Mystic there, as Keen doesn't get the Death's grasp through the wall, and it's just going to be that kill onto Ben, but he's already respawned. DRX not really able to get too much, but neither are Afrika. This game's confusing.
Yes, it's confusing, and those shields, man.
Yeah, well, like, this is, I'm like looking at this DRX comp and I'm like, it's bordering on genius, but also I'm still super worried that it's just gonna get 200 years.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like AD carry versus AD carry, but it's more like shields versus 200 years.
Yeah, exactly.
That was really great kick during the fight by Koshik, but anyways, actually Doran's karma is saving the day with his shields, because if it was just normal tank karma on the top side, he couldn't save the teammates in this kind of skirmishes and team fights, you know? But right now, Doran is doing his job and he already made the Athenes too.
Yep, he's completed that one. Now Ardent Sense going to be coming in for Deft. I hate it personally. I've always had this real uncomfortableness when it comes to building Ardent Senses for Ezreals, because they're not a stand there hyper carry that really value it as much, but you're still able to utilize it. Koshik as well is going to be able to get some work done as the Spooky Ghosts come down, and Spirit is just caught. Kerry's going to lock him down as now they're looking to try and dive onto Mystic. There's the kickback. Stun comes through and DRX nail it here. And now Dev trying to fight this one. Over the wall he goes, and the Death Realm comes in onto Koshik, who just hops his way out. Keen was looking to try and bait him there with the W. Obliterate doesn't quite land there onto Koshik though. Is now Deft looking for the Mordekaiser. And it looks like DRX may have built the snowball just big enough to get themselves the advantages they were looking for.
Deft Azrael is making all the kills happening around him. And got all the kills as well.
I don't know.
They have enough damage as well.
Yeah, this is what happens when you augment a very good Ezreal player. Having this amount of utility could just be enough. Plus Carrier managing to get that Winter's Bite onto Mystic. Koshik understanding that his only job is to put a boot into the face of Aphelios. That is his job this whole game. And he did it. And even got out of Keen with that hop over the wall.
And yeah, he definitely did it. And we worry about the damage all the time when we see DRX's team composition, but right now they do have enough damage because of Azrael.
Trinity Force Ezreal, man. Maybe that's the answer.
And also, Koshik is popping off with his kicks. So I think there is no problem at all for DRX side. And Africa Freaks, man, they are falling out.
Yeah.
They're falling out so fast. It's again, it seems like it's deja vu from T1.
Chovy, can he do it? What have we built for ourselves? We have an extra fiendish codex.
No.
And yep, Chovy uses
damage.
all of his spells and fly. Oh my god! Yes, Chovy, the most calculated ever. The
Minions,
caster
man.
creeps. I want to see the damage range. It's caster creeps, 40%. Nailed it. Oh man, that was a very cool guys don't look at explosions moment.
Chovy is so smart, man. He knew that he has not enough damage, so he used his creeps intentionally.
I'm still so scared with it, because there could just still be a moment where Mystic pops off. It is getting better and better for DRX as this game goes on, and Doran is on the bottom side of the map, so DRX are going to play this one a little bit more carefully. The split push Karma, thank you very much Faker for bringing that one to the LCK. And it's now going to be all about Doran utilizing that one. He's going to go back and complete his Ardent Sensor, I believe. Going to make, yes he does, so that's going to make the next team fight even more scary. Chovy goes back, Zhonya's Hourglass, done. So now we can build towards some damage onto this Morgana, as maybe he doesn't need it, because look at this. Just calculated, guys.
It's not about Morgana, just look at the minions, man.
Yeah.
Look at the minions.
Just, he's still walking. He's still walking, he knows. He knows.
이거 탑 1대1이지.
I want to see whether he calls it.
차 싸울게.
Let's see whether he calls it.
1v1, guys. I'm gonna
Okay.
go for 1v1.
하다 빠질게.
I think I'm not killing. I'm just going out.
야, 티페 상태 안 좋아.
He's not good.
잡은 건가?
His
잡은 거 같은데.
status is not good. Oh, I got him.
Okay, so he didn't calculate it. Dang it.
Dang it.
You should have lied. You should, because like there's not many people that speak Korean in our chat, so you should have made Chovy look cooler by saying, yeah, I got it, easy, nailed it,
All
calculated.
No, he didn't.
No, don't worry, guys. What did will always be honest.
Yeah, I'll be honest, guys. He just got it naturally. And he just realized that he have the minions with him.
As Blade of the Ruined King's done for Deft. So actually, as far as Ardent Sensor builds for an Ezreal, it's about the best you can get.
And it's not that, it's for the third item. It's...
Yeah, it's Blade of the Ruined King. Yeah. Because like Death Stance synergizes really well with getting the Iceborne Gauntlet, right? And having all of that control and never dying. But this, he's already got a bajillion shields. He's got Black Shield, Inspire Shield, and Safeguard Shield. Stand behind me from a Braum who's going to put up Unbreakable, which is a literal gigantic shield in front of him. This is called Shield Deft, let him kill everyone.
Yeah.
And he's gone for the build that actually does it, right? Like, and, you know, Keen presses R on the Ezreal, and DRX gets sad. Doesn't matter, got a QSS for that one. I can see what this comp's supposed to do. I apologize to DRX for not believing, but it seems for now they've made it work. 5,000 gold, though, is it enough of a lead to guarantee a win? Not entirely sure, but Fly is on bottom lane. Destiny, I don't think, will be able to reach towards the Baron pit as Afrika do get the bad news, but how bad is the news? This Baron's not going down super fast, but they've decided to focus it. Destiny only going to get Fly to the mid lane, as Chovy is so good at stopping people from getting in. And that is just a free Baron over to DRX, and now Keen caught out of position. Deft knows that he can just chase down the Maud, because he's not scared of the Death Realm, as now Chovy flashing forward, has picked up Fly there. Black Shield is just gigantic and lands the Dark Binding as well, but an immediate cleanse will get Fly out of it. As now Pyoshik looking for the backline. Mystic, that was a sick QSS flash to get himself out of the kick there, and now this is going to be an honest team fight, but Deft still at full health, looking for Mystic, as you can see. Mystic just uses the last of his crescendum there, so not with the optimal weapons for a team fight like this right now. But he's still alive, still at full health, still able to dish out the damage. Carrier looking for an opportunity, as there's the True Shot Barrage. Going to land onto Spirit, they snipe him out. Mystic still at full health, but he's one auto away from dead, as that Moonlight Vigil was not even coming out. This should be the ace, and DRX have gone against 200 years to take down this victory with a composition we didn't think was going to work, and without necessarily the play in the early game that we thought was going to allow it to work. But in the end, you jump on the Deft Ezreal bus, and sometimes it'll just do it for you.
This composition is disgusting.
It's like, it's so CV Max though, right?
Yeah.
And you never know, like sometimes it's Funnel Lucian and it's insanity, and sometimes it's this, where it looks like it's not enough damage, but actually you can't kill them either. Because Chovy, like this, puts a Black Shield on himself, and you can have all the Nautiluses in the world, and it doesn't matter. You ain't getting through that.
That was really great reaction by Mystic, though.
Yeah, super sexy, right? And I thought this might have been the way that Afrika wins this fight.
But still, there is so many shields. It's not about Lee Sin. It's all about Azure and 3 shields. So they're keep kiting. They're just keep kiting and just waiting for another shield.
This is actually the 3 Musketeers, by the way.
Yeah.
This is like Deft. He's D'Artagnan, the young, boisterous one, even though in real life he's the veteran.
Yeah.
But then you've got like the actual 3 Musketeers.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the Morgana, the Braum, and the Karma that just make sure that D'Artagnan can run around being boisterous if he wants to, because he's never going to die.
I think all the AD carry players will be agree that this is the heaven team competition for AD carry.
Yup. People are saying buff AD carry, it's too hard to play this, and Deft's like, what do you mean? This game's so easy.
And also, yeah, as you mentioned it, it seems like this composition is working out because they have depth, bad depth, by the way.
Yeah.
And it sounds really crazy, but maybe CV Max already knew it. Okay, guys, maybe some people can say that we have no damage, but I do believe that depth can get some kills. And
I mean, it doesn't matter. If you catch Mystic, then Afrika doesn't have damage, right? Because Fly is like the most utility-based Twisted Fate.
most
in the history of
utility.
Twisted Fate, yeah.
Yeah, most utility, but most useless at the same time.
It doesn't do enough damage.
No damage.
So, I mean, both of these comps rely on their AD carry, but we just know that Aphelios can single-handedly carry in the late game much easier and much more quickly than an Ezreal can, but Afrika, unfortunately, they've dropped the ball, and Deft is completely out of control. And they've got Ocean Soul now as well, on top of that. And that happened while we were in the replay. And yeah, Ocean Soul plus Morgana, plus the 3 Musketeers, you know, the Morgana, the Karma, and the Braum. The amount of protection that there is for Deft is insane. And now there's an needlessly large rod on Chovy. He's going to start doing legitimate damage here. And also slow everyone forever. The ease of access here for Pioshik, who's basically just going to like trade flashes with Mystic at every opportunity.
I think it's already done so. I think there is no way that DRX can lose this game at this spot.
Yep.
They have Ocean Drake, they have Fat Ezreal, especially on the depth. And yeah, I think this game is already over. So, Africa Freaks, they really need to try one last miracle team fight.
I swear this was CVMax, like, saying, no, guys, look, this is what a composition like this is supposed to do. And last time, they had a Graves. This time, they have a Lee Sin. And maybe that's the answer. Maybe the fact that you can almost guarantee picks with a kick flash on a carry. Maybe that's the answer as Keen. Does throw down the Death Realm, but he's still going to die. The Karma, not something that he can actually deal with here. As now we're diving Nexus turrets. The Twisted Fate going to go down first as Mystic. He's trying to keep himself alive, but there's just too much CC. You can never stop being slowed as Deft is on the enemy fountain as he grabs the triple kill, looking for the quadra, but he's not going to get it. Spirit goes golden to deny. Goes golden twice. He's in the shop, guys, so he's able to do that one. And now the Nexus is the last thing that they're going to be taking.
10K.
He's even got a GA. You're not doing it, guys. Spirit, I think, sold all of his items and got a
10K
GA.
damage. Oh,
He did.
he's so smart.
Oh, man. So Spirit, the king of the trolls, 100%. But DRX, the king of game 1 in this series. And it's just so good seeing vintage Deft Ezreal and watching DRX not play around Chovy this time. Like, Chovy was 100% utility. Yep. Doran went 100% utility. Pioshik had so much on his shoulders this game, but delivered. There were so many questions that we had on this draft that were DRX specific, and they managed to overcome all of them.
I still cannot agree that this draft was good.
Nope.
But I think it's more the players who played perfectly with this composition. Chovy pushing TF 24/7 and make him useless in the whole game. And on the top side, Doran also played perfectly on the top lane. Everyone just expected him to go for Iceborne gun like Karma, but he just actually went to Faker.
Yeah.
Faker's item build, that which is just go for Ludens and into Athens, which is actually gives so much shields in the team.
And so much more damage.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And Luden's first is way more comfortable when you're talking about a laning phase against a Mordekaiser, where the Iceborne Gauntlet not going to give you the defensive stats that you're looking for. And Deft was also genius. It's not the very standard Ezreal build that we see every single game, Iceborne Gauntlet Death Stance. It's the high damage 2-item power spike that they were able to play around. As you can see, 40k damage, not too bad. Morgana as well, with the amount of 1v1s that Chovy was going for. Pretty impressive, 23.5k. But look at the side of Afrika. They weren't able to really play. And yes, Mystic tried to do some work, but this was... Maybe it's a tale of two very different teams. I don't know what happens if you give this composition of Afrika's to T1, for example.
Oh, yeah.
Because maybe the game looks different. But I think we need to mainly talk about DRX picking a composition that has been tried and has failed. It succeeded yesterday in the hands of Gen G, but has failed in every other attempt. And we see these Ezreal Karmas and we're like, oh, racking our brains, why are we doing it? DRX showed us exactly why. CVMax, genius or insane? We'll have to find out as we move towards game number 2 right after the break.
씹었어. 앞에 흰총이다, 앞에 흰총. 앞에. 불실 어땠어, 카르마?
이번 번 음파 적중률이 말이 안 되네.
자, 갈 사람.
불실 어땠냐고.
저
가인이다. 그럼
거리 상점컨 한다고.
스테판
절대 못 잡겠는데, 저거?
고차.
나 죽는다.
아,
간다.
가?
어디가?
뭐야?
잘했다.
얘들아, 게임하다가 말하는 거 조심하고.
네. 나는 문제 없고 성준이 형만 조심하면 돼. 노력해볼게.
천천히, 이거 봐줄게. 천천히
나
보자.
뺐어. 앞에
아직
뺐어.
아직 러플.
네. 다 잡았어. 이거 안에 왔다.
펜타키 가나요?
오픈.
나이스. 가자 끝낼 수 있어.
야, 첫 개발자 펜타킬?
와 뭐야 대회 진성준은 다른가?
이건가?
이건가?
이게 아펠리오토인가? 맛 좀 봤어?
어이 맛이 좀 다르네.
보는 거랑 다르다.
화끈한 매운맛이다.
야 좋았다 야. 나이스 야 다 잡아.
야 발언도 내가 먹었네.
야, 지렸!
야, 게임 끝내줄게.
오공 조심해.
야, 미안하다. 빼다.
아이고 끝났다.
그 우리는 그 과열되는 그 분위기를 조금 약간 조근조근 할 필요가 있어. 너무 흥분하지 말고 알겠지?
아, 오케이.
진정할게요 이제. 보자. 오케이 나 볼게. 잘 열었는데? 얘 노플.
나만드.
일 있어?
나이스.
이야 싸울 뻔했구만. 빡. 야 배려다. 나이스.
야, 딴 데서 이득 보고 있으니까.
쏘리.
천천히 해.
이 정도 가긴 갔을 것 같아.
카르마 누구?
제발. 라라라라라. 제발. 무빙. 예스. 무빙. 까비. 나이스. 롤 재밌다. 컷. 오케이. 버스 좋다.
야, 좋다. 일로 와.
버스 좋다. 버스 이 맛이다. 야 이겼다. 라면 끓여줘. 쇼 마커 라면 끓여줘. 은호 라면 끓여줘.
라면 더하면 2판 무조건 혼진다, 진짜.
봐줘. 안 죽어.
야, 할만. 50 노플.
50 높고.
파이팅.
아, 뭐야, 얘네.
잘 자요.
성시경의
잘 자요.
오공 싸봐 이거 스트레스 이겨.
잘 자요.
용돈 칠 분.
용스치!
뺏었어! 얘들아, 내가 뺏었어!
내가 먹었어 얘들아.
헬로 올까? 헬 좋은데?
텔 좋다. 텔 좋은데?
끝난 거 같은데? 쇼 마커 라면 끓여줘. 야 아래
여기서 광해검 사버리기, 영역 빨아버리기, 딜해버리기, 맞춰버리기, 앞점에서 버리기, 수면 초식 해버리기.
오케이. 매자 25 해버리기.
언제 끓여줘?
다음 판 형이 솔킬 또 따면 끌어줄게.
My Congo rap pops 너희들의 존중한 coming for you. My Congo rap already set 조준 이미 결정난 승부. 호가로리 샷 you can block. 내 팀이는 1등급 샷다 놀라. 각오했다면 정의는 뒤로 해 like pop. I'm ready to go.
Kill shot, baby. Then we come in with your hot beat shot, baby. Bring it back, baby. Listen to my where you are, I'm gonna now. What you think about? Think about, going
Welcome back everybody for the first match of the Sunday night, Africa versus DRX, and we'll be joined by Victory and Pon for today's analyst desk.
네, 자, 아프리카 드래곤 X가 만났습니다.
It was a clash between Africa and Dragon X.
1년 만에 LCK
Morgana came back to LCK after a weird on the day where Pon is at the analyst desk. Morgana was the focal point of their draft. DRX having a lot of support picks to boost up Ezreal during the team fights, and Africa, their comp was about the meta picks. It was a very typical comp coming out from Africa. Morgana is a very well-chosen pick for a support player solo queue up against Twisted Fate, but Jovi did a lot of performance on this pick in the mid lane as well. Even though DRX was the one getting the win in the end, Africa did show a very good performance in the mid-game fight. We had a skirmish around the mid lane in Dragon Pit. So watch Karma. Karma had his first base at 8-minute mark of the game. It was a very late one. And Doran and DRX players thought that the fight was over, so Doran TP's back to late. However, Africa was pushing forward and was contesting for the Drake. As soon as they saw Karma using TP to lane, Africa players were grouped up and zoned out the DRX players. It was really impressive to see that Africa players going really proactive in a situation where they could be really behind. But with some of the information about the enemy players, they gained more confidence and they pushed in to get the point they wanted. This was all connected to the later fight around Herald SL, where Africa also made a really good decision in another very favorable situation. After that, the game was going quite even. But there was a point where DRX gained a huge momentum. We thought this was a one of the super plays, but turned out it was actually a well-planned setup. So watch Keria placing his ward with the auto-attack motion. He didn't give any clue that he was placing a ward in that rush. And watch Lee Sin and Morgana. They are staying back. They are still standing in the shadow until Braum clears out the vision. The DRX has been setting up for this pick on Aphelios for about 2-3 minutes. As Braum landed his ult on Aphelios, there was no way for Mystic to walk out alive. There were two possibilities for Africa to turn it around with the TP and Twisted Fate Ultimate, but DRX, they were so well prepared for any possible potential play on the side of Africa. We finally saw one of the promising and outperforming play coming out for Ezreal up against Aphelios. Then let's check out the player of the game on the side of DRX. Keria on Braum with all the setups and smart play. It seems like Braum is coming back to meta. It comes down to blending all the abilities and surviving. The way Keria used his shield over here, Unbreakable, was so on point. With his support, all the remaining DRX players were doing a lot of damage. For Aphelios, it would have been really tricky because the sustainability was really high and really tough. But so this might be a storyline that a typical Aphelios would have experienced in other games. But at the same time, we have a lot of split votes here. Support and bot and also mid. But the casting votes all went to the side of Keria.
왜 인기가 많은지 본인들만
We also can see why DRX is so popular, you know.
꽤나 의미가 있는 것 같습니다.
Their pocket picks and their ability to pull it off in in-game performance. Now let's check out the game number 2, Africa versus DRX.
Thank you so much and happy birthday to G-Sun. As we get into game number 2, congratulations to Kerry. I actually think that, you know, that game, Pog vote could have gone to maybe 4 different people.
Yeah,
I think it was only Pioshik that was a little bit forgettable, but even he was doing his job.
true.
And that's what that draft required. In order to win with that draft, you needed everyone to be playing well.
That is true. I already mentioned that I still do not agree that this draft is good. But the players, it's not about the draft, you know?
Yeah, man.
It's all about the players, and they pulled it off perfectly.
And it needed Chovy, Deft, Carrier, and Doran to all play basically perfect, to make this one work.
So they broke the record that Mystic had 100% win rate on Aphelios.
Yep.
But not anymore. And also Fly's TF had 100% of win rate. It was only one game though, but still.
And that actually pushes DRX's win rate on red side to above 50%. They have currently only lost 1 blue side game. So we'll just see whether that's going to help DRX out. A lot more flexibility in the draft, of course, when you are on the blue side. And so see whether that does help. It's Karma, they're going to ban that one away themselves. Afrika getting rid of the Varus as per usual. Now let's see whether they do focus that 80 carry pool as per usual, and the answer is no. Set going to be going first, not wanting to allow the Quadriflex over to DRX.
Are they gonna trade Ezreal Aphelios once again? And it seems like it if DRX does ban it. Yeah, they banned Poppy again.
Yeah, the Poppy bans are interesting. I haven't
Yeah,
actually
that is
gone in-
actually really interesting. I think maybe it's a multi-role for Poppy when you give
Oh,
it
it
to
is
African
Spirit.
Freaks.
It's
Yeah.
Spirit, right? Of course, of course. So maybe DRX looking for another Lee Sin style composition, something like that. And Poppy does ruin Lee Sin, especially when she comes from the jungle, right? And when you're counter ganking, means that Lee Sin is stuck.
Yeah, I think it's more about jungle Poppy ban
Yeah.
than like top lane Poppy ban, you know?
And we already, like, the reason I went straight to Poppy being top lane is because Ixu's already played that one in the top side. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, I skipped over the fact that Spirit is a legacy Poppy jungler and likes to play Poppy in the jungle, whether it's meta or not. He just does not care. He is Spirit, the king of the trolls, as we saw with his GA and Zhonya's and extra stopwatch and everything purchase in the fountain at the end of last game.
There's many choices, and on the blue side, Africa Freaks could ban Yuumi, but on the red side, you forced to ban Varus. So Yuumi is up, and Keria is picking up Yuumi again.
And there's Aphelios Nautilus.
One more time.
Let's do it again.
Oh, by the way, Ben had also 100% win rate on Nautilus. It
Yep.
was 4-0 before the last game, but it's 4-1. It's ruined because of DRX.
DRX. Well, we'll see whether it's going to be 5-1 at the end of this particular game. It's game 2s that DRX really struggle with. They want to make sure that they're... Oh, are we just going to get Team Rocket? We could just get Team Rocket right here. As Yuumi Ezreal to be locked in.
And
Chovy
Zoe
could just
as
pick
well.
Zoe. And that's another way of playing out this comp. But Olaf is another great choice. And being able to stop the Olaf from just running at the Aphelios is something that a Nautilus can't do, because Ragnarok exists.
Unless you pick up Morgana mid lane.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't put past DRX to just pick Morgana and put it. They could put it top lane if they wanted to. That's another Trundle to come out from Spirit. And that will be exactly the same first 3 picks as in game number 1, just in a slightly different order.
It seems like really boring draft, but it's legit right now. Those 3 picks are just popping up.
Yeah, it's really good.
In LCK, so I think it's more about the playstyle. They had the leads from the first rake in the game 1, but they just inted super hard on the top side skirmishes. So I think they just need to think about more of rotation.
Yeah, I think it's smart of Afrika not to think it was their draft's problem.
Oh yeah.
They're going to have to up their play if they want to make something work out here. Is LeBlanc going to be banned? Pantheon going to be taken away as well. I don't know whether DRX feel the need to ban Twisted Fate because Fly was invisible in game 1. And, of course, I don't know whether Afrika are going to ban Morgana. They could, but I don't know whether that is going to be the priority.
Yeah, and I don't think DRX is going to care. Oh, they banned it themselves.
Yeah.
So much pressure. And also, I don't think DRX is going to care about Galio when they have Yuumi and Ezreal already.
They could just ban it, or the Syndra, I guess.
Oh yeah, I think Syndra ban is more better.
Yeah.
Or
the ASOL.
ASOL.
And Fly is our resident ASOL main. It's him and BDD that are our most known Aurelion Soul players. Oh my god.
Is this 2020?
It's 2017 Crown. He's come back and possessed the spirit of Fly, but no, it's not going to happen. Different purple mage in the mid lane. Could be the option. I like picking away the Zoe from DRX's composition. Will be very face up, but Zoe not a bad blind pick.
Oh, I just want to see Zed mid lane against Zoe because
Chovy has been playing it.
Yeah, that is also true, but also Zed plus Yuumi. That is one of the
actual Zumi?
Yeah, a nightmare for Aphelios.
It's Chovy's mid Gragas. He's been playing this so much in solo queue. That is really, really fun. The anti-synergy could be a thing here with the cannon being propped in, but I still absolutely love it. See what Doran is going to decide to go with. Man, that's exciting. Back to the cannon for the AoE team fight.
It's just pokers.
Oh, what a day. What a time to be alive with it.
Yeah. I like the way how they draft. They always prepare some Joker picks.
Uh-huh.
And
also, like, this is a Zoe's worst nightmare, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
It's the easiest alley-oop possible. Like, you see her portal jump, and then Gragas is like, here, catch! And she's like, I don't want to. Oh, wait, crap, here I am. I guess I'm catching it. As Kane is going to be taking the Jace into the cannon matchup, this is the benefit of being on red side for Afrika, is the fact that they do make sure that Kane's matchup is the one that he wants, based on what the champions selected are on the side of DRX. But DRX's comp this time looks much scarier. Often you look at an Olaf, and I know LS has stated that he doesn't really like the Olaf very much. Olaf Yuumi is a very different combo to any other style of Olaf. I'm okay with Olaf Karma or Olaf Yuumi. Olaf Yuumi's even worse, because you can allow him to get backline access even if the game is sitting past 25 minutes. So his relevance is still there.
I mean, I can see the reason why LS really hates Olaf, because I think his late game teamfight, even like mid-game teamfights are not great. You know?
Yeah,
you go injured, you just literally die in 1 second.
You're just like a meat shield. That's all you are. You just build health. And you're like, look at me.
And you have no damage as well. But this time around, you have Yuumi on your team. And you can actually be a great delivery for the Yuumi. And also, you can actually deal the damage when you actually survive as Olaf.
And
long
also,
as possible.
The beautiful thing about it is Olaf is actually just a host for the Yuumi. The plague that is Yuumi. I know a lot of you solo queue players do agree that Yuumi is not necessarily the greatest thing to go up against. When she's on top of a Ragnarok Olaf, you get to put her ultimate anywhere you want, because you're free to walk wherever you want. So that is very, very scary. That could set up Doran to get some of the really sick flanks that we've seen cannons gather, especially this week. Noguri certainly demonstrating that you can get solo killed in lane and then hard carry a game immediately afterwards. We'll see whether Doran's going to be able to do the same thing. As this is Chovy's mid Gragas as well. A lot of reliability when it comes to landing the Comet, because you slow them with your barrel, and then Comet's going to land almost every time. As Fly has gone Ignite Electrocute Zoe.
I mean, he did that last time, and he actually won against Faker. So I think it's already showed up, and it's...
Can he get the win for 300 games? Yeah. This is the game that DRX generally lose. They're not exactly the best game twos. So let's see whether the difference of the mid and top lane are going to be what allow Afrika to make this one work. And I do like it, right? They had the same core, but now they've added so much more mid-game poke potency in the Jace and the Zoe. So basically what they've done is accelerated the composition that they had last time around with their mid and top lane picks. Not by a lot in comparison to a Mordekaiser and a TF, but by enough, I think. As 14-3, Pyoshik's not doing too bad.
Yeah. Pyoshik improved so much from his Spring Split performance.
Yeah.
So I just really love to see his early game right now, because last time it was kind of torture.
In comes Spirit. Chovy doesn't have body slam yet, and he's already flashed. Spirit gets underneath the turret. He's just going to tank that one up and survive. So first blood already over to Fly.
This is all about Trundle. Nowadays, you don't farm with junglers. You always look for level 2, level 3 early gank, early kind of cheesy ganking. And yeah, Spirit, he already pulled off with his Trundle, and Electrocute Zoe with Ignite is already popping off. So I really like to see this.
Oh, level 2 gained here, and Deft and Carrier were up in the lane. Not really what you want, as Chovy looking for Fly. Still just level 2, and remember, Fly had to invest both of his summoner spells also, so now an opportunity for Pyoshik to make his way towards mid lane, as that is where their summoner spell advantage does lie. Doran is getting slaughtered here in this matchup, which is, you know, something that Jaces certainly can do against Kennen.
Or Kane.
Yeah, or just Kane.
Yeah.
Kane and Nuggery. See them on the Jace, you get very, very frightened. Chovy should be able to deny this cannon creep, actually, and he does. Fly gets the experience, but not the gold.
And yeah, the more I think about this kind of draft, it feels like it's just literally DRX versus LCK, you know? Because all the Africa Freaks picks are just LCK standout picks. Yeah. You know? But DRX is just trying to just break those kind of stereotype that we need Aphelios and Nautilus.
Oh, Hook is going to land there onto Deft, down to 100 as Mystic wants to tank up this turret, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to. The heal comes down as Carrier is just bopping him. The cube just barely not enough range. As now, once again, it is going to be Chovy falling down. This time, Doran turns up, and they are going to be able to equalize. Undertow barely missing onto Fly there. Ben's getting the rotation in, but Control Ward going to spot him out. As this is bloody already, although no one really to get a massive advantage.
And Chovy is already struggling. He also picked up the TP.
And the double
아마
door
선
through.
블루 했을 거야. 여기 붙어서 미드 이렇게 한번 가볼게. 1레벨 큐지.
Okay, they started blue.
플래시 쓰면서 해볼게
sure.
내가.
Okay, I'm
용준이
gonna
조심.
flash.
빠져봐.
Level 1 Q, check. I'm going in.
나왔어. 야 이거 밀고 나.
Push. Easy. All plan.
Yep, calculated as Pyoshik is getting smashed by Spirit here, but he does have Carrier with him. He's going to hop out though, and now Chovy's trying to rotate over. The Troll got so much of his health back there, but Chovy should have the body slam. Gets on in there, finds the barrel, and there's the kill for Chovy. Actually huge for the Gragas here in this lane. As Mystic not going to be dealing with Deft too well here as he hops underneath his turret, but he'll be absolutely fine. All about late game here for Mystic, as we know. Funny that our two resident LPL 80 carries do like the late game these days, but that is certainly the MO of Mystic. Was the LPL as well to a certain extent. Chovy going to have his body slam blocked, and that's what caused his demise. Pyoshik somehow misses that undertow, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Currently they're just trading some kills. I'm not sure who's gonna be happier with these kind of trades. It seems like... Does he die here?
Nope, not quite. Ah, but then the Troll moves on over and takes him down. Okay.
But this time around, roaming Yuumi is here, so I thought he could actually save him, but Spirit get enough damage. But as you mentioned it, Chovy is back in the game because of this kill.
Yeah, it's actually huge.
Yeah.
Well, and you can also see that Chovy is slaughtering the farm.
And also on the bot lane, is slight difference between 80 carries, but still, you know, as Ezreal Yuumi, you always want to farm early because you have greatest late game. Oh, he's getting denied.
Oh, massively denied.
Massive.
That cannon creep, that's just dead. Fly, I think, managed to share experience with Spirit on that one, but you can see it's a full level for Chovy, who's died twice, remember, in this lane.
He died twice, and Fly didn't die at all, by the way.
Yeah, 1-0-1 Zoe getting crushed is just a crazy thing to think about. And it just shows the laning prowess of A, Gragas, and B, just Chovy, right?
So I think it's, again, it's all on Keen to control this early game.
Mystic gonna get queued there, and that's 300 health. Now for this Aphelios, Pyosik down, was on top of a ward. That's why Mystic was unable to really fight back.
Yeah, it's, again, it's all about Keen, but when African Freaks is all about Keen, they most of the games they lost, by the way. Wait,
What?
it was
The last
2014 April
was that the last time mid Gragas was played?
by Najin Shield Goon.
Oh my god. He's a coach right now, right?
I think so.
I think he's over in the LPL.
So
That is crazy. As Fly gets booped back, but Chovy just sending a message.
that he can one-shot Zoe
Yeah.
whenever he wants.
Well, Pyosik not going to quite find that axe, as Ben probably would have liked a blast cone to be there, but going
Yeah.
to.
I mean, again, it's African Freaks that who can actually control the early game Drakes, by the way. They have Aphelios, they have Nautilus, they have Electrocute, Ignite, Zoe, and Trundle in the jungle. But they are getting controlled by DRX already in the early game. And this is not a great start already.
This is just 100% lane kingdom.
For
As
sure.
Chovy body slams just to get out of the potential bubble, but it doesn't even come out. And Chovy, by the way, he's ahead in goals by 400. Died twice, by the way. But I think Africa, they're waiting for that the Keen bus to leave the station or the bus terminal. It's Mystic almost just dead here. Oh my! How did that land, Deft? You madman! Now he's just looking for the Arcane Shift to come back off cooldown, and Mystic, he has to go home again. This is a disaster. And that turret plate is just sitting there waiting for Deft and Carrier to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, their ball lane and mid lane in getting just Flame Horizon.
This feels like complete demoralization
Yeah.
after Africa lost game one, man. That's what it looks like to me. This is a sign of a team that have just been outplayed to the point where it's even overflowed into the next game. Because this is the tried and true Africa comp. This is what they need to get generally in order to win games. And DRX have taken it and dismantled it in front of them.
I guess this is the game that it shows DRX is really scary that if they have great draft as well.
Yeah.
Because they already have great players, you know? So the game one, they tested that if they can pull off this kind of draft, and they did. So CVMX is like, okay guys, this time around, easy draft. Because you already did the cast.
Yep. Well, like, it reminds me of like the Ender's Game theory, and I don't know whether you've said this, but during the beginning, I've only watched the movie, haven't actually read the book. Probably should, very famous one. And Pyosik going to take a bit of damage here, looking to try and take down his blue buff as Doran's going to turn up. Maybe not what he really wants, but gets a few autos there and actually trades relatively well. What I was saying is, like, the idea is to win a fight that also wins all future fights, and I feel like that's what's happened exactly here for DRX. What they've done is they've won so hard that Africa are never going to be able to compete with them again. And I don't think that's necessarily 100% true, but it's looking like it's working here for Game 2 at least.
Unless Keen 1v9 this game with his poke, it seems like it's already easy game set it up for African Freaks. Fly is trying some trades, and also
in the meantime, Doran not going to find the damage there on the Proto Belt, which is unfortunate. Is now Pyosik looking for Spirit. But Fly's got a Ghost, and he's looking to try and catch up. Pyosik down to about 100, and he is going to go down. The Subjugate does it in the end. It's Fly down so low. That one caster creep auto not going to be enough to get through the Corrupting Potion. And now Fly will get towards the top side and is going to survive. Ooh, I was thinking about actually going for a little cheeky gank here. As the bubble almost lands onto Doran. I think that was a really smart choice to at least look for that. And Africa do find themselves in the lead, so This is good. Maybe trying to shore up some of the problems. But bottom lane is a bit of a disaster. And mid lane is still a problem. I mean, look at how far Fly is behind. You're right. It's the Keen bus that we're looking for.
Yeah.
As Dredge line lands, Depth Charge comes in, but there's the final chapter. True Shot Barrage is going to come over the top. Moonlight Vigil to answer as Carrier hops out. Crescendum is on here for Mystic as now Doran looks for the ult. He doesn't actually have it available. And Mystic over in the alcove is able to win out the fight. And Pyoshik, can you just kill Mystic, please? As Depth gets caught up, it's a double kill, and Mystic's just running around. The Undertow's not going to land. It's a disaster for DRX. The Severum gets all of his health back, and this is what Afrika were looking for in game one. They're back in this one.
That was actually great play by Afrika Freaks. That was so many TPs all into the bot lane, but at the end, they couldn't end. They couldn't finish the Mystic and Ban because they didn't have enough damage in the early game.
They needed someone to auto-attack them. It was crazy. Really well played by Ben. His peeling, making sure that Deft couldn't get anything done, was absolutely fantastic. But let's have a look at the mid lane again. As I feel like DRX, ever since we started talking them up, have started going a little bit overexcited, one could say.
Overexcited, but as you mentioned, he almost one-shot.
Yeah.
With the ultimate combo, but anyways, this is most important skirmishes that existed in this game, but that was a great start by DRX side, obviously, because they fought back really well, and it was almost one-sided, but Doran,
oh man,
unfortunately, he
missed
no
Proto Belt again, and he missed Proto Belt again, unfortunately. He flashed first. Proto Flash probably would have insta-give Mystic there, but hindsight's 2020. Goshik misses most of his axes as well, and where it all just falls down.
And Mystic ending is ready.
Oh yeah.
It's not Fat Deft Azrael anymore, and he has no shields. So I'm 100% sure that this is the setup that Afrika was looking for. And the objective control is just way too easy for Afrika right now. And yeah, I mean, still DRX, they really have to make just random skirmish to happen, because that's all about their competition.
Oh, 100%. Deft not going to be taken down here as he's parked in the mid lane now. Decent early items for the Ezreal. And the gold is nothing insurmountable. Keen's pushing topside. Jace is in a great position. Doran left a little bit to be desired in his last attempt.
Because we always talked about how Afrika Freaks is in a bad
there's
spot.
the barrel, and does manage to find the body slam as well, but there's a Graviton. Mystic going to avoid the barrel as well, as Spirit was thinking about going for the dive. Koshik is going to be here. Now, Mystic extraordinarily low. True Shot Barrage had just been used and wasn't able to find the Aphelios. So, I mean, this is one of the powers of Chovy, is the fact that you're basically better Lee Sin in this moment. Something my friend Spawn back in the OPL used to say a lot about good old Gragas. He's able to do what Lee Sin can do in like 3 abilities in just 1 ability. So we'll see whether Chovy can actually get that one to work, as finds a Proto Belt, and Ben's going to tank up this turret just a little bit. 15.5 minutes into this game, an Infernal Soul is what we're contending with. Definitely great for both of these teams. Doran finds the stun here onto Keen. Keen's still able to rush forward. Okay, can we actually get enough damage? As Hex Drinker does so much work for Keen. And he gets underneath that turret, doesn't get enough damage on that last auto. And Carrier comes in with the zoomies. That was so close to a solo kill.
But anyway, still, this is great for Afrika Freaks. It's not only Keen that he must try really hard to win this game. It's Mystic, who got the triple kill on the bot lane. So it's already way too easy to just make this happen for Afrika Freaks.
Okay, well, DRX guarantee them the Rift Herald by stopping the back there on Mystic, but also with their positioning. Having your bottom lane mid does mean you'll always have that man advantage, even if it's not as evident when it is a cat on a book.
I mean, it's not that worthy than when you compare to first header.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you can get the mid turret with this header, then it's worth.
Well, Chovy finds himself a barrel, gets rid of Keen. And that's on a pretty low cooldown, so Jovy's not too worried about that one. And it's this gentleman right here, Mystic, that's going to be the problem here this game. Even Inferno getting a fair bit of damage onto Deft, as you can see. See what the build is here for Deft this time around. Likely to be back to the Iceborne Gauntlet, because he doesn't have the same level of support that he had in game number 1. Gonna need to be a bit more self-sufficient, doesn't want to be two-shot by good old Mystic. CS still very good here for Deft, 10.6 before 20 minutes.
And also for Chovy, he's still ahead, so I think they should just wait for Ezreal's second item, because right now it's Africa who really wants to take the fight, even though their team composition is not above skirmishes.
Yep, and there's the ulti from Doran. He has it for the fight this time around, as Keen is going to be the first one taken down. Mystic is still alive, though, as there's the explosion of Moonlight Vigil damage. Deft is still up. Mystic down to about half as Pyosik looking to try and get out. Bubble's not going to land, but Chovy is very, very low. There's the barrel as Ben goes golden underneath the turret and flies dancing in and out of this fight. Picks up a turret shot, but is going to be all right in the end, as it's 1-for-1 as the dust settles.
That was trade between their top laners, but yeah, I mean, that's the power of the Aphelios, even though you could kite it really easily with Ezreal Yuumi, but still there is Aphelios who deals so much damage at this point with the early triple kills in the game.
Oh yeah.
They still managed to get the first turret, but I'm not sure what's gonna happen in the late game right now.
Late game is certainly looking like a scary place, and I think it's all on Chovy. If he can knock Mystic out of position, Mystic doesn't have cleanse, he's going to have to build a QSS as soon as he can, because you can't just flash out of a barrel. You can only QSS out of it, very similar to a kick. So it's all about whether Chovy can deny Mystic his team fights, and then whether they can get through Keen afterwards. So we have a look at the Summoner Spell cooldowns and the ultimate cooldowns. Very close to getting that Subjugate back up here for Spirit, as we're fighting over the first Infernal Drake of the game. Keen in flanking position, slicing Maelstrom up here for Doran. DRX have all of their tools apart from their Summoner Spells in order to get this fight started. Bubble lands onto Pyosik, but no worries there, as it's going to be a 50-50 on this Drake, as it looks like DRX have picked up control. Dredgeline not going to find the mark. There's the ulti as Pyosik does pick up the Drake, and now slicing Maelstrom into the backline, but Mystic is still alive, avoids the True Shot barrage, and I have a feeling we're going to experience a certain number of years, but no, DRX do manage to get themselves out of the way. A 5-man barrel ain't too bad, but Chovy gets into an awkward position. Moonlight Vigil goes wide. DRX should be able to walk away with this one. There's the Proto Belt and the Body Slam, and Chovy is home free.
Even though Mystic didn't have flash and heal in this team fight, Keen was just super strong in this fight. So he could push them out towards the best spot when it comes to team fight. So here we go again. Like, it's mid lane again. African Freaks is controlling, and Mystic was overstepped a little bit, but he had flash this time, so he could just kite back, and look at the damage.
Yeah, and I mean, Mystic should have been dead, right? Like, this was a pretty good opportunity for Doran to get into the backline, but stayed a little bit closer to his team, and Mystic just outranges it, and although he gets snared by the last chapter, it's just not enough.
And yeah. Look at the Keen position. He's just ready to jump in with pokes and his abilities. He just went back, and he's gonna deal most of the damage with this team fight, and with Mystic in the same position.
Yeah, and Mystic is so safe, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a 5-man ulti, it's not bad, but there's not enough damage here on Chovy.
And also, I already mentioned that if you want to play against Aphelios, you just need to one-shot him. Otherwise, he's gonna kill everyone in your team.
Well, DRX still looking for fights. Ain't gonna stop them from doing that. As Pioshik has his little cat with him. Deft is taking care of the mid lane. Deft still farming very, very well. Now has his Muramana transformation and his Iceborne Gauntlet. But I'm looking at Mystic. He's got his 2 items already. Only a few hundred gold away from his QSS. Pioshik's gonna look for Fly. And the mid difference nowhere near as pronounced as it was in game number 1.
And this time around, the CS difference doesn't matter because they got so much gold from the globals.
Oh yeah.
So the gold difference is now 3k ahead for Africa Freaks.
Yep. And Baron has spawned a couple of minutes ago. DRX, the fact that they picked up the Infernal Drake is actually huge for them. Mostly because denying that from both Keen and Mystic is really, really big.
And they can also delay so much time for this Azure Yumi to pop off in the late game as well.
Also get some time for Doran to have enough items to try and kill Mystic. He desperately needs a Void Staff. Does have his Zhonya's though. Chovy, he's sitting on a fair bit of CDR. That's what he's sort of been building towards here with the Fiendish Codex. Looks like a Lichbane will be coming into the one-shot potential. As looking for Fly at the minute. As alright, here's the setup. You can see that, Afrika are well and truly ready for this. Everyone in the area, Pioshik, going to be able to give that information over. Fly looking to take down this turret. He will do so. As the barrel comes in, Bubble's going to land onto Chovy though, and he just whiffs everything. Protobelt, Flash, and that's the amount of respect that he had to give after just straight up missing all of his buttons. That is unlike Chovy. Choky might be there. Have you checked the death? Nope, still Chovy. Doran looking for Keen, or Keen looking for Doran. There's the Slicing Maelstrom used defensively. It's Keen gonna actually land the damage there on the Shock Blast. Flash has to be used from Doran, and that's what they needed to win any sort of team fight. And there's 40 seconds left on this Infernal Drake, so Doran's gonna have no tools when that comes back up.
I was gonna mention about Doran because this is a game that can actually easily pop off because Ban has no exhaust and Mystic has no cleans, which is so great for the great news for the cannon. But Keen knew it, so he cut out the Doran on the Raptors, and as you mentioned it, in 10 seconds there is a Infernal Drake, and this is great additional bonus for Zoe and Zaze at the same time.
And now it looks like DRX are going to give away the Infernal Drake. Deft parked in the mid lane. Only need a few members to be able to pick this one up. That was a good attempt. Because now we're even when it comes to the Drakes. Afrika probably with the better ones. Over 3,000 gold, still the lead for Afrika. It's well and truly an uphill battle. Zonya's Hourglass completed. For Chovy, for Doran, Deft has his armor item. Is it going to be enough against this Aphelios? The short answer is no.
He already got Mystic already got the QSS as well.
Yep. So QSS Flash available to get out of any barrels that are going to be flying by.
But we already saw that how cannon is impactful if there is no exhaust on him with Naguri.
Oh yeah.
So I think there is still chance for Doran, obviously, but in the other hand, Keen is playing so good and so well on Jace. He's just pushing side 24/7 and also in the team fight with Mystic. That's the point, by the way. With Mystic, he always positions with him and make him safe.
Chovy's having a bit of fun here, throwing barrels around. Might not going to take too much damage from that one, though, as the Gromp is going to reset. Deft has his 40% CDR.
And yeah, it seems like Keen got the blue buff from Fly. And I would definitely give blue buff to Keen.
Oh, 100%.
If you have Keen in your team.
Give him anything he wants and say, do you have any good cushions for your back? That's where I'm going to be parked. 100% agree. Prowling projectile. Starting to hurt a little bit as Thean's Unholy Grail is completed for Carrier. See whether it's going to be the Ardent Sensor next and whether that's going to be enough. As Doran going for the Oblivion Orb. Still, I think there's enough magic resist on the side of Afrika for Doran to really require a Void Staff at this point in time. I would certainly challenge the Oblivion Orb pickup because there's no real healing that you need to worry about. There's nothing that really is an issue. I mean, yeah, Trundle has a lot of healing in his kit. There's a heal literally on Mystic, and Severum exists, but there's no Yumis. There's no Nidalees. It's not the kind of comp where you super acquire a Morellonomicon.
I think he remembers the moment that when he TP'd on the bot lane.
Aha.
Aphelios literally healed up with Conqueror, so...
So maybe he's trying to deny Death's Dance
Yep.
and Conqueror and things like that instead.
So I think it's still fine choice by Doran, and also it's not about Kennen 1v9 this game. There is also Chovy, there's also Depth, and Yuumi with Carrier.
Yep. As Spirit is going to win the Smite fight on the blue buff.
There is still one-shot potential, but the point is they really need to one-shot Aphelios.
Yeah, they need to actually do it, right?
Yeah.
They need to show us what this comp's capable of. Like they did so beautifully in Game 1. As Chovy just going to body slam out of the way of that after picking up that Empowered Shock Blast. Rest of DRX are in the area as Depp dives over the wall. Keen takes a fair bit of damage there. And there's the dredge line. Final chapter lands. Ben is going to flash his way out. Missed Spirit in the front line right now, but Mystic is very, very safe. And DRX now are missing a whole lot of their tools. Doran is still there with the slicing Maelstrom as Spirit. He has flash. He can't get over that wall, but that's an exhaust eaten here as Pyoshik has to flash to get himself out of the way, but the bubble is going to arm, and Spirit is now on top of him. Zumi's collected, and maybe he's been baited. He certainly has. So I don't know whether I'd give that to Pyoshik, but it did work out in the end. Dredgeline collected there from Chovy. Zonya's utilized Ben down very, very low, and now Doran's looking for Mystic in the back line. Not going to be able to get in there far enough, and Keen's still alive as well. They've got a lot of damage, and here it is brought to bear as Def needs to try and win this fight by himself. Carrier going to be there, but he needs to be a W bot as the Mystic shots are landing. And Def, if he lands an a WEQ onto Mystic, Mystic would have died there, but Mystic does get too much of his health back. And Afrika, man, that was actually much closer than it could have been.
Yep, Keen got pushed out by Ezreal. And look at here, he literally just got pushed out by Dap. So it started pretty well for DRX, even though they couldn't one-shot Aphelios. He was literally 4v5. And still during the fight, Afrika Freaks, they tried to chase DRX team composition, but look at that. He's still looking for Keen. He literally pushed out and flashed out, making flash out in the team fight. So yeah, I thought it could be really great for DRX, but there is TP for Keen at the same time. So he TP'd back with the full HP and just demolished all the members of DRX.
Yeah, the story in live was actually the Infernal Drake going over to Afrika. Mystic utilizes his QSS very, very effectively there. And yeah, there's a certain number that we want to talk about. But see DRX fighting around a Baron right now as we're looking for another 5v5. A lot of the tools back available, not a lot of the flashes, but Chovy has his. True Shot Barrage goes completely wide. Dredge line also not going to find the mark. Mystic, all right, Chovy just going to dive on forward, and now Mystic is all by himself. No flash, no chance as Fly's taken out as well. And now it's not the front line missing, but the damage missing apart from Keen. This could just be Baron going over to DRX as they take down a Nautilus as the icing on the cake.
That kind of decisiveness was needed by DRX. They just decided to just pull them off on the Nashor pit, and they knew that Aphelios used all the summoner spells before the last team fight. So that was great engaged by Chovy. he did his job. One shot of Aphelios with Doran.
Yeah. And now they're going to be able to take this Baron for free. They do lose their inner turret in mid lane, but Chovy goes back and makes sure that there's no inhibitor turrets going down. Is this Baron going to be enough to actually win them the game? I don't think so just yet. They're going to need to win another one of these fights, but you can see exactly what this comp can do. As Chovy jumps on a Mystic, QSS not enough when you've got Body Slam, Explosive Cast, and then a one-man slicing Maelstrom to show Afrika exactly what their Aphelios is worth.
And also, that last chapter was just perfect.
Yeah.
At the top, because during while DRX is one-shotting Aphelios on the bottom side, that last chapter stopped all the members from African Freaks. So that was great play by Keria as well. He is currently didn't die at all.
Yeah, he's James Bond on the bottom side of the map, 007, very close to 100% kill contribution as well, only missing out on one of them. So we're having a look at the goal difference. Afrika were on their way to just extending this game and getting further and further ahead. Now with this Baron that's already up to a 1700 power play, DRX are going to be able to move into the lead after a turret or two. You can see Doran moving down to the bottom lane. He doesn't have teleport though. So DRX are going to have to be careful. And Fly is going to look for bubbles. Does find one there into the back line, but no one's able to follow up just yet.
And Doran is pushing bot lane in the meantime. And their rotation setup is already looking great.
Yeah, this is really clean actually from DRX. They play safely enough. You're going to guarantee the next turret as well. So now the gold is dead even. Steph even able to walk up to this turret, which I would have thought would be a little bit more dangerous than that. Ben poking his head out. Chovy going to get tagged by that empowered shock blast. And now Keen moving over towards the side. Could be a flank opportunity here as Chovy still just guarding those base gates. And another inner turret going to fall down here in favor of DRX.
When Afrika Freaks is behind, there is not many engaged tools by them. So it's all about Aphelios or
Nautilus.
And it seems like it's not happening.
There's a lot of siege minions here as well that Doran is guarding, and an inhibitor to go down. You're exactly right, there's just no options. As Afrika just have to wait for DRX to decide to pull the trigger. They're just not going to. Oh, Ben looks for the dredge line, but he's not going to find it. Now DRX are going in. There's the final chapter. Mystic, not going to be able to get any autos off just yet, but Pioshik's down very, very low. And there is the Moonlight Vigil. Slicing Maelstrom from Doran. He goes golden as well as Ben, soaking so much damage. And now Chovy adding some catastrophe to the fight, but Mystic avoids all of that damage. And now Def might be in his awaiting arms. Mystic not going to be able to chase after for too much longer. A big zoom as we've got Keen going back to base looking for the teleport. Now he's going to get into that Dragon Pit of Spirit. Going to get kited by the barrels, but now Keen comes in. Shock Blast lands, True Shot Barrage there from Deft. Don't know whether it's going to be enough though as 5 members of Afrika are bearing down. Doran not going to be available for another 30 seconds as Deft is just taken down. And Afrika, yes, they lose an inhibitor, but they're going to win the fight in the end. Not too many objectives, but 10 seconds, and that Infernal Drake is up, and that's Infernal Soul for the Aphelios comp.
And yeah, even though they lost mid inhibitor, that Keen TPing behind them, it's again Keen with TP. It looks great, and it seems like they're just getting both at the same time. Bot lane inhibitor with Infernal Soul.
And look, if I was Doran, I would be teleporting towards where this dragon is and trying my very best to try and deny this, because if this Infernal Soul goes down, I don't see DRX winning a team fight. But it's not going to do it. Doesn't have the vision that we have, of course. So, DRX, they overstep. They lose an inhibitor turret bottom lane. They lose Infernal Soul. And they're not able to take double inhibitors. We have a look at this team fight once again.
We already mentioned that how important to one-shot Aphelios with one skill combo, but that is not happening. And also, all 5 members are on the one side, which is so easy to play against them. I literally thought that one of the DRX member should just flank somewhere or just doing something in the other lane, but they decide to group as 5, which is such a great news for Afrika Freaks. even though they do not have so many engage tools, there is still some tools with Nautilus and Aphelios, so they managed to engage on them and try to keep chase them with TP as well on the top. So that was great chase, and again, Africa Freaks is leading the game, it seems like.
Yeah, 2,000 gold in the lead, but Infernal Soul very much changes that. We see the little blip of gold advantage that DRX managed to pick up before they threw it all away. And now we're sitting at a post 35 minutes, where, look, 35 minutes was always the meme over in the LPL for WE. We have 3 WE players on the Rift for Africa Freaks right now, so they are at full power, and certainly their composition states exactly that. 4-1-7 for Mystics Aphelios, just trying to prove that game number 1 was a blip, and that his Aphelios does deserve to be banned every single game, and I think most of us are in agreement about that one. Blade of the Ruin King done here for Def, just looking for his Mercurial Scimitar as that final item. And look, Def can still possibly carry a team fight, right?
Yeah.
As, okay, we've got last chapter coming down, a Spirit, it's taken very low. Does flash. True Shot Barrage is eaten by a Banshee's Veil. Definitely high value as body slam for Chovy to get himself out of the way. Dredgeline barely misses there from Ben. It's Mystic. Always have to have eyes on him. Is Pyoshik going to get bubbled? This is really dangerous. Shock Blast is going to land. Now Pyoshik going to need a few zoomies to get himself back to relevance, but relevance is something that's going to be very hard for him to hold on to. Doran has a very cool hat, doesn't have a Void Staff, and he's also not here.
Yeah, it's all about poking. Both teams can possibly poke to each other, so it's all about kiting, and it seems like it's a bit hard for DRX side because it's the one, Africa is the one that trying Nashor right now to pull off DRX's side.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage not going to find anything. Yoshi gets booped back as Mystic is frontlining, but Doran gets popped. Oh my goodness, this is the go button for Africa. Final chapter in once again, but Pyoshik is dead before anything can happen. Yes, the Nautilus went down, but keep your eyes on Mystic. Deft is still up as well as Chovy trying desperately to get out of this fight. And there's the flash forward from Mystic. Slicing Maelstrom's going to answer, and Aphelios is taken down. Deft is still alive. Arcane shifting forward. Fly goes golden with his counterfeit Zhonya's. He's going to die as well, and now Keen, the last man standing. This could be the end of the game. As there goes Deft, flashes forward. DRX, if this is a 2-0, man, oh man. That's not how I was expecting a 2-0 to go down.
That was insane reaction by Doran at the same time. Yes, Mystic flashed in, but it was really less than 1 second, I felt like.
Yeah.
Doran instantly just flashed in with his ultimate and one-shotted.
This is the game. This is the game. DRX somehow have stolen a 2-0 right out from under the Africa Freaks. If they were demoralized after game 1, they 100% are now, and they're going to need a weekend in order to deal with this. Thankfully, it's the final day of week 2, but you're going to look at this, you're going to see 2-0 for DRX, but man, they had to work hard to try and get there. You saw the sly grin on CV Max's face.
I'm not sure what I just watched.
Well, you saw a throw, my friend, and it was an F key pressed, and then the game was over.
But anyways, that was a great pickup by Doran at the same time.
Absolutely. You got to capitalize on the mistake, but flashing forward in that moment, you could see that Mystic saw the end of the game.
Yeah.
And so did Doran.
I mean, he could do that. I mean, they have to catch all the members to end the game for the Africa side.
Yeah.
So that was one of the tools that actually they can use it to finish the game. But I'm not sure. I just want to vote for Mystic.
No. No. I love that today was the day of vintage Deft Ezreal, because his Ezreal has not been the same level of amazing that it has been throughout the years, right? You see Deft play Ezreal like 2018, just amazing. 2019 also amazing. This year, it's been up and down, and hasn't really been the same level of pedigree that we've seen in the past. But today, Deft had definitely an incredible performance. Yes, Carrier beside him does certainly help out, and him pressing his ultimate exactly when he needed to so many times in this game. They gave away Infernal Soul and still won, Woodid. This is just nuts.
At the end, it's clean 2-0.
Clean.
At the end, you know?
Yeah.
When you think about only reserves, it's clean 2-0.
Clean 2-0, nothing to see here.
Yeah.
It's the old school meme, man. It's the old school KT meme. Clean KT 2-0, nothing to see here. Oh my
We don't talk about in-game plays, you know? We
Yep.
don't talk about the draft, it's all about reserve.
Yep.
And it's clean 2-0.
Clean 2-0. Also, you know, the first time in like 400 years that we see mid-Gragas, 100% win rate,
Yeah.
2020.
Oh,
Don't
man.
worry, all about this.
How can you think that DRX is gonna win this team fight at the end? Okay, let's see if he really needed to flash in
Like,
this time.
Chovy is
Oh, no.
so close to death.
No. I guess there is... That was not the timing to flash in.
Nope.
Oh, I feel really sad, but anyways.
And the fact that Chovy survived as well is a large reason why they were able to push this lane, because now Deft and Carrier, they go and catch Keen while there's a Gragas wave clearing effortlessly in the mid lane. My goodness, what a roller coaster.
I'm waking up now.
Absolutely. I mean, KT are not in this game, but the spirit of KT is definitely in this game, as Deft, with his Ezreal, certainly makes you go back to those sorts of feelings. It was not clean, but it was a win, and you have to say that DRX do deserve their 4-0 standing, but they also deserve a lot of the losses that they've picked up along the way. Best of 3 certainly helping them out at this particular point in time, as we're going to go into some of the highlights from the game. And yeah, just ask yourself, how the heck did Afrika lose this game after having Infernal Soul, having Aphelios with a gigantic scoreline, having this moment exist?
Having triple kills on Aphelios in the early game, and early leads with Zoe and Jace and Aphelios at the same time. Yeah, there was still a lot of questions going on the DRX side because of the draft, because of the in-game plays. Also, this game Gragas made was not that 100%, you know? Like, he was literally
You saw his
dying
topside play, throwing barrels around. I mean, I think that I like the idea, right?
Yeah.
Against the Aphelios, you can understand, you can pick him pretty comfortably, but we didn't necessarily see it. We understood the theory, and that's about it. As this is what it's supposed to do, right?
Yeah.
This one moment was what allowed DRX to have their one opening into this game.
But this is not the team fight that the reason why DRX won, you know?
No.
After this, Afrika Freaks got the time, and they were winning the game after this team fight. Look at the damage. And yeah, I mean, even though DRX had the Nasher and had the control, still Afrika Freaks had enough damage to defend it, and they almost won the game because they got the Infernal Drake as well.
I have to say, Chovy's interrupt there on the To the Skies from Keen was actually fantastic.
Yeah.
This is the team fight, though. And sometimes, you know, you get post 35 minutes and it comes down to the one team fight. It wasn't about Ben getting picked there. This was a winning team fight for Afrika.
I mean, okay, if he actually flashed in the other side to one-shot Chovy, then I think actually that flashing front was not bad, you know? But he decided to go on Ezreal, which is not probably possible with that weapons to one-shot Ezreal in that moment.
Yeah.
And fly. And
He did a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, they tried really hard.
And they were winning.
Save this game.
This was honestly an Afrika win that DRX stole at the end.
Yeah.
You have to admit that. Like, this should have gone to 3 games. They threw away that one last team fight close to 40 minutes in. You can see that. That's not a typo, guys. That's Infernal Soul. And a gold lead at that point in time. Man, a really tough loss for Afrika Freaks. But now it is going to be DRX solidifying themselves at the top of the standings.
Yeah, and Africa Freaks is falling down for some reason.
Yeah.
And start of the split, we were talking about how good is Africa Freaks because Kane is back, Mystic is able to carry all the games with his Aphelios, and his duo, Ban, is doing great as well, and like even Fly is performing really well.
Yeah, and they just went from like 4-0 on the Aphelios Nautilus combo to 4-2 in this series. DRX just gave them exactly what they wanted, 2 games in a row, and took them down. I wouldn't say that they won in game 2. Yes, they killed the enemy Nexus, right? But I don't know whether what they did in that game was a counter to the Aphelios and the Nautilus to a certain extent. I don't think that they deserve that.
So,
however,
yeah.
it's still going to be 2 losses on their record for those champions.
So yeah, I'm waiting for POG interview.
Yeah?
Up because I'm wondering what are they gonna say about these games.
We need
These
CBMax to be
games.
there. Why isn't CBMax in the interview?
Yes, we must bring him.
Yeah, we need that. We absolutely need that. As it's going to be Deft that picks up player of the game. That was Wadid's vote, as he's going to get 30% of his team's damage, but honestly, he won that last team fight. Played extraordinarily well.
Yeah, I mean, I voted for AD carry, but I'm not sure if I voted for Deft. But again, Deft played perfectly, and again, on his Ezreal, he deserves it. In the game 1, he played also really well on Ezreal, but this time around, he also, like, look at his position. He's always full HP. Maybe Yuumi is helping a little bit, but he's not getting hit by any skill shots. So that's why he could manage to 1v1. I mean, technically 1v2 in the last moment. But anyways, he's Ezreal God.
He is.
This is the reason why we call it Korean Ezreal. When we see Ezreal all the time.
It's actually so hard, right? Because we've got Ruler, we've got Teddy, we've got Aiming to a certain extent as well. Aiming's Ezreal has definitely stepped up. 6 out of 12 of the votes went to Deft this game, and I can understand why it's a little bit up in the air, because how do you vote for a game that the team was losing the majority of the time? There were 4 votes going over to Doran, but I'm actually pretty glad he didn't get it. I think he messed up a few times in the early and the mid game when it was a comp that the Kennen should have been able to take control in, right?
Yeah.
Especially in team fights.
I mean, I already mentioned it.
Yeah.
Nautilus has no exhaust, and also AD carry has no cleans or something.
Yeah, 100%. But let's throw it over to the birthday girl, Ji-sun, for the interview translation.
Thank you very much,
무패
guys.
4연승입니다.
This is
승리
the
소감 말씀
translation and 4-0. Undefeated DRX. How do you guys feel?
네, 원하시는
Who do you
대로.
want us to start?
일단 첫 거의
First off,
기억에 처음으로 이제
I think this is our first
맞아요.
2-0 win.
무조건 맞아요. 지난번
Correct.
제가 틀렸거든요. 미안합니다. 네.
Anyways,
경기력을 떠나서 일단
outside of our performance, I'm happy that we got to a win, but still we have a lot of room to improve.
오늘 시도가 굉장히
Speaking of
좀 과감한
improvements,
시도들이
well, DRX really pulled off a lot of new changes.
오늘 어떤 컨셉을
We're really curious about it. So what was the concept of DRX today?
어떤 컨셉을 잡고 오늘 등장하신 거예요?
뱀픽적으로 물어보시죠.
그렇죠.
About the
그렇죠.
draft?
저희는 항상
We always
서로 잘했을 때 저희가 이긴다는 생각으로
will think that
감독님이 추구하는 데
we
있어서
win
때문에
when we perform well. So we follow the CV Max plan, the plan and a comp where we can
캐리어 선수도
get a win
오늘 경기
off
준비하면서
of.
재밌었을 것 같거든요. 오늘 뭐 조합도
캐리어.
그렇고 플레이도 그렇고 오늘 경기
the
어떻게
comp, the performance, the
지나가셨나요?
play was so exciting. How was today's match?
POG를 못
Recently, I've been missing a lot of POGs. But at the same time, I saw Burrow picking up a lot of POG.
오늘 그래서 POG는 한번 받아볼까 하면서 왔는데
So today I was like, maybe it's time for me to get a POG. So I'm super happy that I really made it.
타 팀의 서포터들도
Indeed,
캐리어
because
선수 얘기를 많이 하거든요. 그러니까
a lot of other support players in different teams also mentioned you a lot.
정말 환상적인 플레이를 펼쳤을 때그
So,
캐리어에게서 보는 것 같다.
It's one player actually mentioned that they reminded MedLife when Keria pull off a performance like him.
그거 지켜보면서 무슨 생각이
So what did you feel when Burrow picked a lot of POG on Pantheon?
이제 우승해야 또 서포.
Well, I mean, I got a lot of POGs in Spring Split,
우승에 목표를 하고 있습니다.
but you know, to become the best player in Korea, you have to win LCK. So that's what I want.
노래 같은 거도 이제 팬 여러분들이 원하시면 한번 전해드리고 싶다 이런 얘기했는데 뭐 곡 선정은 좀 완료가 되고
So I
있나요?
heard you made a pledge about winning LCK. I thought you were gonna sing a song for your fans.
방송이 아니어서 그냥 한 말이었는데 다
Well, that was not official, but I'm a little bit surprised that everyone knows it. Do you have any song in your mind?
차차 생각하면 돼서 일단 우승.
I'll figure it out later. First off, we gotta get the trophy. I'm focusing on our performance.
먹으면 안 된다. 뭐 이런 얘기인 것 같고요.
True, we shouldn't get too excited too early. I want to ask Daft about this question.
뱀픽 구도에서 하나만 여쭤볼게요.
I have one question about your draft. Why did you guys ban out Poppy?
확실히 말씀 안 해주실 것 같아서.
I have a lot of questions about Morgana and other comps as well, but tell us about the Poppy ban.
정글 선수가
Well, the opponent's jungler Spirit, that was one of his favorite picks. And we were not actually used to facing up against that pick in the jungle, so we wanted to ban it out. Looking at DRX stats, you guys have a fantastic laning phase stats, but very weak objective stats. Is that your intention? Was that the team's plan, or were you guys like focusing solely on the laning phase?
저희 팀의 이제 좀 주축은 혁경이라서 혁경이.
Well, the pillar of our team is Deft, so it would be really helpful for Deft to answer this question. So passing over to Deft, what do you think?
저희가 게임할 때는
When we play
저희
games,
팀 안에서 이제 판단하기에
our
우선순위에
decision
따라서
of the
줄 때도
priority
있고 가져올 때도 있어서
depends on the situation. So sometimes we kind of do not contest for it, sometimes we go for it.
라인전에도 집중할 때 라인전 집중하고.
그러니까 최근에 앞에 있는 경기에서는
I guess,
사실
yeah, I
말씀하신
mean,
대로
they
우선순위가 라인전에 관련된 부분이었고
Depend on every situation. Sometimes they go hard for the laning phase, and sometimes they also contest for objectives.
우스갯소리로 뭐 사회생활 조합이다. 대구장님을 기축으로 해서 많은 4명의 선수들.
And also, you know, the captain Daft is on top on Ezreal in game number 1. There were a lot of supportive champions and utility champions surrounding you. Because, well, earlier the split, you were the one sacrificing for your teams, but this time around, you were the character, main character of the comp. I've been landing a lot of Ezreal Qs, so it was really fun. Did you like the comp?
조합은 서포팅 조합이라고 하는데
People call it the supporting comp,
장판을 이제 상대 입장에서 밟아보면
but
또
when
느낌이 다르거든요.
the opponents actually take a step on the Morgana W, it's actually really different. It does a lot of damage. Keria, as a Morgana master, how would you like rate Chovi's performance? I mean, Chovi always does
잘하십니다.
a great work on any different champions. He was good.
너무 그 위아래 초비하고 무슨 위아래 관계 있는 건 아니죠.
Is that a
그래도
hard
자기
ranking?
보는 건 좀 다르니까 1점부터
In
5점까지
DRX?
되면 한 어느 정도.
Is there a ranking in DRX? Why you're so polite to him? Not really. I would give 5 out of 10 to. I'll give him 5 points on his Morgana.
활용이 됐었던 그라가스에 대한 평가를.
What about Gragas in game number 2?
그라가스가 서포터로도 또 나올 수 있는.
Because it could be a flex pick for support as well.
키리아 선수.
네.
Keria?
스타스 서포도 가능한 챔프라서
Yeah, I mean it is a flex pick for support, so
초비님은
that's
어떻게
why we
하셨어요?
picked it.
본인 생각에 초비는 1점부터 5점까지 그라가스.
How would you like to rate Chovi's Gragas from the rates out of 5? I think Chovi's Gragas is better than mine, so I cannot really evaluate his performance. So Keria gave 5 points on Morgana from Chovi, and he said he cannot really rate his Gragas performance. Do you like respect Chovi? Is there a hierarchy thing in DRX? Why are you being so polite? Not at all.
그렇군요. 오늘 2대0 완승이면은 오늘
It was a clean 2-0 win.
사실 들어와야
I
되나 이런
guess
생각도 좀 있을 것
you
같아요.
guys don't really need a feedback.
어떤 경기, 어떤 좀 안타까운 점을 좀 있었다면 어떤 점이 좀
Was there
있었을까요?
any blunders in today's series?
저희 조합이 좀 무난하게 갔을 때
Well, in game 2, we would have had higher potential if we had the game without X accidents, but we had a lot of accidents in the mid lane, and also we lost the fight 3v3 in bot lane because I failed to dodge the hook from Nautilus. It was a big problem, so I think we will be going through all of those points.
아쉬운 점이 있다는 얘기인데 키리아 선수는 오늘 그래도 경기 좀 좋은 점만 놓고 보자면
And
어떤 점을
Keria,
좀 보고
what was the
싶어요?
bright side of today's match?
예.
바텀이 바텀이
Our bottom lane
잘했던 것 같아요.
did well.
아, 참 좋은 걸 봤네요. 네, 역시.
That was indeed the bright side. That's why we are seeing the bot duo as the POGs today.
다음 경기가 또 이 흐름을
And you'll be facing up against Dynamics. You guys have to roll
장난 아니거든요, 보니까.
onto them, right?
쪽 부탁드릴까요? 데프트 선수부터.
How are you gonna prepare for that?
최근에 다이나믹스가 이제
Recently, Dynamics
좋은 것 같아서
have been a really great momentum,
꺾어
so we have to,
보고 싶네요.
we want to
알겠습니다.
break it.
키리아 선수는요?
다이나믹스가 신생 첼코에서 올라온 팀이지만
Dynamics, they are from Challenges Korea, but most of the players
오래됐던 선수들이라서
are experienced,
잘할 것 같습니다.
so I think they will do great.
같습니다.
So I think we have to prepare really hard.
좋은 장면. 다이내믹스와의 경기 한번 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 두 선수 다시 한번
This will be the end
축하드리고요.
of the
다음
interview
경기
with
기대하겠습니다.
Keria
고맙습니다.
Deft from DRX, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun. As per usual for the interview translation, I have to sort of adjudicate something of what Caster Sung was saying. He said it was a clean 2-0. Don't know whether that was necessarily true, but as we can see, DRX will own first place with their 4-0 record. Currently the same game score as Damwon with that +5. Damwon pretty good at those 2-0s, as we know, but they're also a little bit better at losing. To teams like Genji.
Yeah, there are only one team who is undefeated, by the way.
Yep. They're top of the LCK. I tweeted about it. Yep. Clean 2-0. Nothing to see here. Their first 2-0 of the split. They tried their very best to get to another 3-game series, but it just did not work out. They were, in fact, too good.
Oh, yeah.
Very entertaining series, though. Really, really good stuff out from DRX. Disappointing for Africa fans, but I think they still certainly showed that they are a contender for top 5, and I think 5th spot is still going to be a pretty important one. But now, got a bit of a break we did.
Yeah.
Until we go into our next series. So T1 Sandbox will be coming up in about an hour's time, I'd say. Yeah, something like that. Maybe a little bit less. So go to the gym, grab something to eat, something like that, and we'll see you in about an hour. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I am Atlas. I'm joined by Wadid once again for the final match of the week. Sandbox desperately trying to find a victory, but they're up against T1, who are looking to secure their third win in a row. Sorted out their season since their loss to DRX. By the looks of things, we'll have to see what Sandbox are going to be able to do.
Yeah, even though they lost to DRX, they showed up kind of team composition that they were looking for.
Yep.
So they actually managed to almost get into their first win, but this time around it's again T1, the top 3 teams of LCK.
Yeah.
So I think it's gonna be really rough, but still, I think there is a chance always.
Always, you know, that's exactly right. There are certainly veteran players on Sandbox's side. I mean, you look at the players on this team. Sandbox look good on paper.
Oh,
but unfortunately, just haven't been able to get it together on the LoL Park stage, which is unfortunate. Of course, their coach is still in quarantine. Yamato Cannon might be able to come in and save this team, but it won't be until week 3 of the LCK that he's actually going to be out on stage with the team. Been working very, very hard, but there's only so much you can do on a match day when you're stuck at home. So let's see what Sandbox are going to be able to make of their final match of the week, and we'll see whether T1 have shored up their issues as well. As we have a look at the points of the match, 2 teams with the opposite momentum is an understatement if ever I've seen one, as Sandbox have only won 1 map so far, and it was against DRX, the team that absolutely loves to try and draw out a series as much as possible.
Yeah, and also T1, probably they call them as a slow starter, but they're slowly actually climbing up right now with Elim especially. When Kaz was struggling about his early game, he just subbed in and saved his team. So I think this is already great news for T1. And also today again, we have Elim, so we can expect something that play more for the early games than play for late game.
We might have actually some early game plays done by T1. As we can see, stats are looking pretty good here for T1. On the side of Sandbox, there's a few tenths here. Win rate with first turret is a sad stat, to be perfectly honest. But only 3 and 2 as far as T1 are concerned. Shows that, you know, it doesn't really matter that much whether you get the first turret or not. 100% of Sandbox's wins this season were with first turret though.
Yeah.
So there's a stat.
So if they get first turret against T1, then there is higher chance that Sandbox actually
Although
gets the game.
if T1 gets the first turret, Sandbox lose 100% of the time.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's dangerous.
So they fall really fast.
Yeah.
And we can see it from it. Team goal difference at 15 minutes was literally 3k goals, by the way.
Yeah.
3k.
It's definitely not a great stat.
No.
Gorilla Root, though, Dove, On Fleek, and Summit will be your Sandbox roster. No changes or anything like that, despite the fact that they do have a very large array of players to put in if they would like to. It's just not likely that we're going to have Cabby, formerly Irove, coming in over Gorilla or anything like that. Here on the side of T1, you already mentioned that Elim is stepping in. Fun fact, Elim's currently sitting on a 32 KDA on the Olaf that he's played a couple of times. So he officially has double Cuz's KDA plus 1. Sorry, 10 times Cuz's KDA. 10 times.
I'm wondering what win rate he has for T1 as well, because last time when he joined in the Spring Split, he also saved his team. And
that's true.
Yeah.
Didn't play as many games, but yeah, definitely was pretty good. As we're going to have a look at our top laners, Canna with first in KDA. Damage per minute stat not too bad either, but Summit certainly has him pipped at the post there. Summit's 29.1% damage share, by the way, is huge.
As a top laner.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, LS already talked about how good is Summit.
Yeah.
Even in a Spring Split. So, yeah, he is the player that actually can save a Sandbox from the hell. And also, the Canna. Canna is playing for team always. That's why his isolated death is 9th place.
Yep.
This is already good story for T1 because they always want to play on Faker and Teddy, and he shouldn't be like the trap for T1 itself, you know? So I think Canna is doing already a great job for T1. Also, he carried some games as well by himself.
Yeah, has done very, very well. I mean, I've actually really enjoyed watching his Camille play. He's very good on that Champions. Played a couple of Ornn games, but we'll forgive him for that.
Yeah.
Also was our one player that brought out the Jax. One thing I do want to bring to your attention, Woodid, is the fact that T1 have a 100% win rate on blue side.
Okay.
They've played one extra game, though, on red side, and they've only won one game on red side.
Okay, so even though their team color is red, they are not good at red side.
Yes. The only victory that Sandbox has was on blue side.
Oh.
So, look, if Sandbox ever have a chance,
That's never
if
lies.
we're looking at side selection, then yeah, that's the one option that they have. So,
yeah. Currently, LM has 72.7 win rate.
and has a 44 KDA on Olaf of all time.
Oh my gosh.
And 100% win rate over a gigantic 3 games.
That is crazy.
I have a feeling he's only like... How many times? He's died once on Olaf, obviously. With a KDA that high, you can only really die once or twice, I guess, and play more games. We're going to have a look at the draft, though, as Sandbox have already banned away Twisted Fate, Ezreal, and Set. T1, however, got rid of everything other than Varus. Please ban the Varus. What? T1? T1?
Yeah.
Hello?
I don't think it's even consideration. Okay,
Oh
they open Varus.
My God.
Okay, they
strap
open
yourself
Varus.
in, dude. Strap yourself in. We've got a long night ahead of us.
All the casters and analysts were talking about, okay, this is easy 2-0 prediction for T1, but however, if T1 does something really weird thingy in the draft, then yeah, something can happen.
Yeah, it certainly can.
It's
Like
already
leaving
happened.
Varus up. That's definitely a bad news bears scenario. This is a mistake that Sandbox actually made recently as well. They left it up against DRX, and DRX slaughtered them with the pick. Obviously,
Yeah.
because it's very, very, very strong. Yuumi is being looked at the moment. 2 seconds to go here for T1 as they are going to settle on an Azir.
Okay.
And see what LM is going to lock away for the team. There's obviously a plan for the Varus, but I just don't know
sure.
whether there is like enough of a plan. You know, like
Okay, it's Callista.
Callista, the hard counter to Varus.
Is it?
No,
That is our
no,
question.
there's no counter to. It's why is 100% ban rate? No,
Exactly.
Ah,
So we'll see it in the game.
he's a terrible kitchen. Let's just say that.
Okay.
There's no counter.
But anyways, I think Sandbox is already building up for great early game. They have Varus, they have Syndra, they have all the tools that they can control and management to like make the dragon cycle for them as well, you know? So it would be really easy early game for Sandbox, but at the same time T1, yeah. I mean, I heard that a lot of Korean teams are just starting to open Varus and to play against it. And that's what Daft actually said, that he actually practiced some Varus game, also played against it. But yeah, we'll see why Varus is getting opened nowadays in this game. But Gorilla, the Tom Kench yourself.
Yeah, he is the official Tom Kench.
Yeah.
He's going to be taking that. Does mean that Root's going to be very, very safe. Does make a lot of sense. We'll see whether T1 are going to take away a support or whether it's just going to be the jungle. And it looks like the Trundle priority will continue.
Yeah.
I think actually third pick on red side Trundle isn't as bad because you can ban away some of his poor matchups.
True. Like Graves and Kindred.
Indeed.
Or even at least.
Or Nidalee or Fiddlesticks. Oh man, okay, maybe you can't ban away enough counters.
Oh, maybe. But anyways, Fiddlesticks is not in the jungle anymore, it's mid lane. Fiddlesticks.
It is Middlesticks over in the LPL, but over here we have a little bit more of an emphasis. In fact, 100% of our games, I believe, Fiddlesticks in the jungle.
And also, even though Graves and Kindred is counter of Trundle, in LCK it's not that really great counter in the stats, you know? It's not popping off.
No.
It's not working out, the counter pick. So
It is on fleek. He is definitely a bit Lee Sin inclined.
Mm-hmm.
Can understand the ban for that reason. It's the Ornn to be taken away from Canna.
I'm
C
wondering,
Trundle,
yeah.
ban Ornn, makes sense.
I'm wondering what partner is gonna Callista have for T1 side, because maybe they have something really good into Varus for support.
I think it should be Kalista Rakan. That's what I think.
But good Varus players can always stop Rakan's dash though.
They should be able to.
With
use it.
ultimate.
Yeah.
So, and also especially when they have Tahm Kench, it's pretty hard for Rakan to play.
It's looking a little bit blind Volibear-ish here for T1.
Yeah, and I personally really don't like blind pick Volibear.
Me too. So I'm glad that they stepped away from that one. Jace is going to be locked in here for Canna.
I mean, if they can flex Volibear into like jungle or top lane or support, then it can be a really great pick. But nowadays, it's most of the time it's top or jungle, and you already have Trundle, so
Yeah.
it's really blind picking Volibear on the top side. So okay, Gragas jungle with Lucian. Okay,
Lucian top lane?
Lucian top lane.
Oh dear.
They're making it really hard. When I saw Syndra and Varus and Tahm Kench, I thought Sandbox has really juicy team comp already with easy champions. But right now, they're making it harder. Lucian
are.
top lane.
The Lucian.
It's not working out, by the way.
No, it's terrible. It's certainly been losing more than it's winning.
Even though you win lane,
Yeah.
if you reach to mid or late game, you just dash in and dies.
Certainly not good. I do like the Gragas though. I think Gragas is fantastic for disengage. They do already have a lot of pick potential and definitely peel potential for Varus. If you include both the explosive cast, the body slam, and the devour being available.
But also from effort, Blitzcrank. I think this is really great game for Blitzcrank because he can actually pull all the targets from Sandbox, you know?
Yep.
They are all skishies, so free hooks.
I think that Blitz into Tahm Kench is inherently a great choice as well, so we'll see whether Effort is going to have a good performance, whether their lane phase is actually going to stand up to the might that is Varus. You always see this champion, you think it's a mistake that you haven't put a ban into it, instead banning the Olaf away from OnFleek. OnFleek still had a Gragas to go towards, but certainly not one of our known Gragas players, so did have to dig pretty deep to find that particular pickup. And didn't elect to go with any sort of anti-Trundle pick, like the Nidalee, like the Graves, like the Elise, things like that you were talking about. This is your T1 roster. It is going to be Faker on his Azir. As you saw in the video, pretty confident on this particular pick, but Dove knows exactly what the Azir is trying to do. He is in fact named after the Azir.
And yeah, the point is, oh, it's attack speed Varus, by the way.
All right. Well, congratulations on the win, T1.
I mean, currently, a lot of Varus players starting to try attack speed again, but yeah, as you mentioned it, I really don't like it. It takes so long time to have great game as AS Varus, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe that's why, probably the reason why they picked up Syndra to control early game. But still, you know?
Why not just go free win lethality Varus?
Yeah, and also, attack speed Varus is pretty good into tanks, you know, when you can actually hit the front lane.
Yep.
It's really good, but T1, they do not have front lane. They will try to kite out. They will try to just poke with Jace and maybe throwing some hooks and just pillar in it.
Yeah,
they
and
will
also
not just run into you, you know?
And if you're in melee range of Faker, he is definitely going to Shurima shuffle you. Like, this is not a composition that you can feel comfortable being in auto attack range of. So I agree with you entirely. I think it's going to be very, very tough for the Varus to actually make the lethal tempo work. But look, crazier things have happened as Summit versus Canna up here to the top side. Two pretty aggressive champions. Chase not going to have an awful time in lane as Effort's going to look for a hook. And he's not going to find it, as Teddy's already got some sticks into one of the caster minions.
Maybe this time around Lucian top lane is a bit better than before because you have that dance. And this is 10.12, which is, there is a broken death dance still. So even though you dash in, you can actually survive like a zombie. So probably that's the reason why they picked it up. And also, Summit is known as just Lucian player because he loves to play Lucian.
He also just loves laning phase, right?
Yeah. He thinks that he can win every single matchup as Lucian, so...
Well, he also thinks he can flash into 3 people and kill them all, which was certainly a poor part of the spring season. You see T1 already doing okay here towards the bottom side of the map, as to be expected. I still find it so perplexing that Lethal Tempo was taken by Root.
Yeah, it's pretty weird that Varus is getting pushed in.
Yeah, right?
Nowadays. Because, I mean, yes, we know that Varus got nerfed, but let's see on the top side.
All right. The Troll going to jump in on top of the Lucian. Good boot back there, but the flash forward from LM, and he puts up the pillar. Should be someone falling down. First blood going over to LM, who continues his reign of terror over the LCK in the early game.
And yeah, Lucian is already useless.
Yeah.
It's official, by the way. I talked about Lucian top lane with a lot of pro players, by the way, and they always say that, okay, so if you want to die, you should trade some kills. And if you are ahead in CS, then it doesn't matter. But he died without any kill trades or like CS leads, you know? So this dash was just so critical for Lucian, and it's gonna be make it really hard for Sandbox side.
Yeah. And you got on Fleek. He's turned up a little bit late here towards the top side. Canna still has his flash. It was Elm that flashed forward. So Canna's going to be absolutely fine. Summit's doing his best to zone Canna away from these 2 minions, but he's not going to be able to move him out of experience range. And Canna should be able to push this wave in, although these 3 casters are outside of the turret. Has meant that LM's had to come back towards the top side, though, just in case there is that gank there. So I do like what Summit did with the lane. Let's check out LM.
There's no ward.
텔포 칠때 볼게. 지금 보자. 글 없다 이거. 보자.
There's no Gragas.
거의 잡았어. 거의 잡았어.
We got him.
잡았어.
We got him.
나이스. 왼바에게 먹어주면 좋아. 탐 밀어줄래?
Take the bot lane Scuttle as well, bot lane. And we are gonna push top lane. Yeah, so basically we could see that LM is controlling the early game. And he is actually really good at early game.
Yeah.
And he knew everything that he has to know before you gank the top lane early, you know?
And
he
knew
knew
all to his team.
Exactly. He knew the Gragas position, he knew what he can do. That was just so perfection.
Really, really nice. So let's see whether LM can keep it up. So far, down a little bit when it comes to farm, but OnFleek's going to be able to farm very quickly on this Gragas as the new and improved Predator here as well. So going to be booking it around the map. And LM has also gone for the Predator start. Didn't actually have it for that top lane gank, but it will help him come back.
He's
trying
new Predator,
to attack, yeah, try and attack Summit. Cooldown super low, so he's going to be booking it around this jungle.
And yeah, I mean, Deft already showed up that even though Varus got nerfed on his poke, it's still really powerful for the early
hell
game.
yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm still wondering why they choose to play attacks with Varus, especially when T1 has no tanks to hit.
Yeah, like this is the thing, there's no tank, so it would have been perfect to go lethality. It's a bit of a shame. Summit's also not going to be building that direction either. It's going to be the Essence Reaver and either the Black Cleaver and then into Blade the Ruin King, or he can just go straight for an Infinity Edge and build more of the straight crit damage. Death's Dance going to be fit in amongst it as well. Summit finally does shove this lane all the way in. 16 CS in the lead, but that is a big wave that's been built up here for Canna. Just sticking through, so he's only behind by about 8. Yep. As he heads back home, and actually going to tag Summit there to stop that recall.
Because of the top lane, even though T1 has a prior on mid and bot lane, they are not doing drag that earlier. Maybe this time around they are looking for it. So it's still kind of working out for Sandbox, you know, even though Summit died earlier. They are dragging jungler to the top side to make the space for Syndra and Varus Tamken bot lane.
Yeah, I haven't actually checked in with that mid lane too much, but Faker is currently in the lead when it comes to farm. That minion wave equalizing as Faker went for his first back. Lost chapter completed. OnFleek comes down. We'll grab that second bot side scuttler.
Summit dragged the jungler on the top side, so that's the reason why Onflick could get the second Scuttles on the bot lane.
I find it interesting that Teddy doesn't choose to go with Bang's Callista skin.
Oh.
Still a T1 skin, right? But he always seems to go Blood Moon.
No, it's not T1 skins. It's SKT T1.
Ooh, that's
different.
true. That's
Completely
true.
different.
I mean, it's the same, but different.
Same, but
Completely different. Yeah. That is true. Thanks for correcting me. You're right. Teddy's going to have to get his own one. We'll see whether T1 are going to be able to challenge for a position at the world's best. Last time we saw it was disappointing, but you never know what's going to happen at the end of the year. Especially a year like 2020 where we haven't seen very much international competition between the regions, apart from LPL and LCK, which we don't want to really remember. Certainly a good wake-up call for the LCK, though. Because if you've been watching the LPL, they still look absolutely terrifying.
yeah, it's still on the top lane. Jace versus Lucian. They can always fight against each other, so Observer is just mainly focusing on top lane.
It's a great game to be a Jace as well. The lethality Jace is going to be doing so much damage in the mid game. There is no tank outside of a Tahm Kench that's going to be doing anything. And so the poke of the Jace, where there's absolutely no counter poke at all, really, apart from, you know, barrels flying in, Dove searching for a scatter the weak stun.
Yeah, and also TK is not tank anymore in this kind of meta, that you cannot earn that much of gold as support and levels as well.
Yeah.
And especially when you're playing as Blitzcrank, you are just a squishy frog.
Yeah, effort's going to be pretty imperative here in this game. Haven't seen too much from him just yet, as he's just going to drive by the mid lane. Dove going to get control of that, push it all the way forward. Stinger done here for Faker.
It's just all about header.
Yeah, this is the rotation. No one is bottom lane as LM down to about half as Canna is pushing Summit out of that lane. Culling does come in. We'll see whether the 1v1 is actually going to be won here by Summit, but meanwhile Effort takes a bit of damage and the Rift Scuttler is going to be taken from by Sandbox. Teddy looks to take down that control ward. Gorilla poke his head in here and we'll see whether LM's going to use that flash to try and steal this one away. It's an opportunity, but maybe wait for Effort to throw out a hook, see what he can actually find. Zonfleek is dangerous. Explosive Cask is available.
Zonfleek has no ulti or no flash.
Oh, there's the ult that comes out. Oh, the Fate's called to bring Gorilla all the way back. As the Herald is taken by Onfleek. They do pick that one up as well. It was a cute play by T1, but unfortunately didn't net them anything at all. They get themselves the Drake bottom side, but the Herald should be able to get Sandbox back to a competitive position as far as gold.
They actually used that ultimate combo between Kalista and Blitzcrank,
yeah, it was cute.
But after the hook, Aphod missed the airball on his Kalista ultimate, so it couldn't be like great combination. Oh,
that was very cute, yeah.
But anyways, Sandbox, they got the first pattern, and we already checked that if Sandbox gets first tower. Oh!
Canna solo killed Summit.
Okay.
Kind of need to check that one out, as there's the knock up onto Gorilla. Root in a little bit of trouble here as Teddy does get exhausted. There are so many Ren stacks into Root right now. He gets chunked down, but Effort, he's being devoured and just straight up kills the Varus. Okay, so that's going to be a 1-for-1 as Effort probably wants to avoid dying to the Syndra. But instead, Onfleek's just going to smite him to death. So a 1-for-1 there towards the bottom side, but Jonas Strong, if we could just get a replay of Summit dying to Canna somehow, that would be super good.
Yep. And they are trying to get the first turret on the bot lane, but Faker is coming from mid lane.
Yeah. There is one ward, but it's not in the river. Probably have an idea that Faker is around, and they decide to back themselves away. So,
by the way, bot lane difference is really huge. It's literally 40 CS difference between AD carries.
Yeah.
And then Varus also died to Blitzcrank for no reason.
And remember, this is the battle of the Jin Air AD carries as well. As Dove, he's been pillared throws out an ult onto Ellen, but Ellen just straight up does not care about it. There's the hook. The flash is going to answer. As once again, a battle of the top laners as Canna this time going to push Summit out. Flash is available for both tops. What is going on up there?
Yeah, Canna is just smashing Summit out from the top lane.
All right, OnFleek looking to try and get the combo onto Canna. That's some way easy avoidance, and OnFleek is just straight up inted. Canna's going to be able to nail that 1v1. What is it with Gragas's and party casks today?
Okay, so the point is OnFleek should know that Canna has flash because they should communicate even before.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was close.
That was close. And also, he should know that he has no flash for himself. But
Yeah.
he was still going for that. That was straight up inting the top lane.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. That's going to be Summit just getting caught out of position. Nicely played by Canna though, but really good positional maneuver as this was effort Hex flashing over the wall. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what started this one off.
I mean, his hook was not that great after that. He aimed for Varus, but yeah.
But then
We don't care about the hooks.
yeah, and then punches the Varus and kills him there as well. So that was impressive. Wastes a bit of time. So we have a look at live. Another Hex Flash going to get effort over the top. Finds a hook, but that's a brilliant devour. Knockup does come forward as Gorilla gets taken down to half, but Varus grabs a kill. A three-man pushback from Faker, though, as he ends the life of the Varus, and now Teddy is just going to bounce himself to safety. A double kill for the man in the mid lane before he goes down. T1 are going to back away, and they will give up this first turret of the game.
That was insane play by Faker and Teddy, but at the last time, he just flashed into Syndra for no reason.
I mean,
That made me laugh, actually.
they've just pressed R.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, look at all of your sweet mechanics. Here, have some Syndra. Oh, dear.
Oh man, but anyways, that was insane play by Faker, and it's not done yet.
Okay. They thought.
Blitzer's coming.
Yeah, they were hoping that Effort was going to get here in time. Hook not going to land. Scatter the weak. Pretty good ability. All right, this game has certainly been eventful, but it hasn't necessarily done too much to tell us exactly who's going to win, because the gold is very similar. But, I mean, the jungler and top laner are very tilted on the side of Sandbox.
Got him.
Yeah. Did you say on fleek Opsor? That's what it sounded like to me.
He just said, got him.
All right.
And then after that, T1 started up the fight. Pretty weird. That's why Apple got one-shotted, but Faker, man, he made it.
Real sick.
Azir himself and Teddy just cut it out, dodges Syndra's skills with Flash, and Faker just ran in.
Yeah, I don't know what the flashing forward thing was.
Okay, so I think Faker was already like pumped up with those kind of three-man tumbles.
Yeah.
And then after that, he was thinking that, okay, Syndra has no ulti, so all I have to dodge is his Q and W. So that's why like he kind of flashed into Syndra. He thought it was Syndra's Q skill, but it was actually her ultimate. So he couldn't end it up with the super play, but he did the super play of the ball lane.
Oh yeah, I mean that's absolutely what Faker needed to do. Now he's got his Nash's Tooth. Still building towards his upgraded boots, but otherwise he's fine. His Summit, oh no.
Summit has Flash, but
on that culling was a little to be desired. And that's just too easy versus one, and Canna's going to take down the turret. So, you know what I said about not knowing who's going to win this game? No, we've definitely discovered that it's going to be T1. As Root, he does get his Blade of the Ruined King off and keeps himself alive for a long time. Kallista's going to fall down as well, and Elim's going to get double killed on the back of OnFleek making his entry, and Shirley should be going over to Sandbox here as well. Canna is going to get the bottom lane out of turret. I thought that was going to be good for T1, but thankfully OnFleek, they're at exactly the right time.
yeah, I think that was maybe unnecessary play by T1 because they were already pushing bot lane for free. No one was on the bot lane. They knew that Sandbox has man advantage. But yeah, I mean, I would definitely go for it if I can hook Varus in there.
Yeah, I mean, that was really sick. But unfortunately, not actually enough to get themselves the kill quickly enough.
But what is this, by the way? They had vision. Summit literally knew that there is a Blitzcrank. with Kalista. This makes no sense, but also T1, they knew that they're there, but they choose to take 3v4 as well, so okay. Clown Fiesta.
Yeah, Dove just turned up and gameplayed Teddy off the map with his ultimate. I was paying attention to what the Varus was doing, and he took a while to die. But in the meantime, that bought enough time for Dove just to say goodbye, Teddy. Seems like Canna has his head screwed on this game, though.
Yeah, he's having...
I say as he is underneath the
turret,
turret, and he's going to miss that one. Flashes, tries to flash an ultimate from Syndra. Absolutely not going to do anything. But it's okay, survives.
You shouldn't say that he's playing good because you're cursing him.
I'm cursing him so much, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. But anyways, as you mentioned it, Kanna is playing so perfect, and I don't think this game is all about Faker and Teddy. It's Kanna who is actually controlling the game.
Oh, straight up. And if you put a Lucian behind, then it's just exponentially better if you're a T1 fan, because now Summit isn't a champion anymore. He's just he's just a behind Lucian, which doesn't really do anything at all. So not only do they now have a pumped up Jace, but okay, there's an on-fleek. Even the turret helping out there as Teddy's going to pick up the kill onto Gragas. Hook is going to miss. Devour is what allows them to get there, as Teddy's just going to pick up his support and keep him alive. And Faker is now just going 1 versus 4. Gets himself over the wall. Bit of a bait. That was very cute. And it looks like T1 are just styling at this point.
Yeah,
which is weird.
Styling.
Because it's only a 2,000 gold lead. It's still relatively close. As Effort gonna flash, grabs the hook onto Gorilla. He goes golden. Effort still alive somehow as Subjugate keeping LM up, and he flashes to get himself out somehow. Unleash Power is not going to do enough. And Kanna snipes out Root. I don't know how T1 aren't dying. That sidestep was beautiful from Teddy.
They are
some
just
free backs coming in.
They are just styling on that.
It is actual styling.
Yeah, and they're just dancing on their face.
Well, Infernal Drake might just go over to Sandbox for free, so maybe all of the styling may not have been to the benefit of good macro play, but that's fine. As Faker's going to get in, good flash there out from Dove as Teddy pops over the wall. No ulti going to work out just yet as Kanna not going to be able to steal away that Drake. Dives onto Root, who flashes. He's stuck in the back of that pit, by the way, as El knows this. Dives right on top of him.
Nashor in 3 seconds, by the way.
Are they going to be able to collect it is going to be the question here. I'm not entirely sure. Giving away 1 Infernal Drake isn't the end of the world, but threatening Infernal Soul would have been so valuable for T1. A little bit unfortunate that they let the macro slip just a little bit and decided to play some For Fun League of Legends in there in the middle. And I say For Fun League of Legends not as necessarily a curse to T1, because it was some sick plays, but they're not necessarily fighting over anything other than control of the area, and if you have to go back because you're so low, it's not actually working in your favor as Effort looks for a hook and grabs it onto Gorilla. Was it back from behind on fleek there, but it's alright. Faker not in position to get to any Shurima shuffles. And T1 are just going to gather themselves vision around this Baron and try and take down some more turrets.
And yeah, Sandbox, even though they do not have their top laner, Dove is playing so good right now. On Syndra, a lot of LCK teams had... Okay, no flash.
Yep.
Bye-bye, good night.
He's going to get punched up into the sky. That's going to be the 5th death for the Varus.
By the way, guys, Varus is OP pick.
Yeah. Not with these items.
Not with these builds, yeah.
Yeah, the build's just not why Varus is banned. It's a very weird choice here from Sandbox.
So they are accelerating the game. T1, they have Kalista and Azir, so they can definitely...
Oh yeah, they can pop this Baron very, very quickly. Effort dives on over. The Fate's Call is going to be up, so he's not in any danger just yet. Gorilla's going to flash, gets himself out of the fight, as there goes the jungler. It's going to be a guaranteed Baron if they would like it, as Dove, you praised him, and so of course, he's going to be going down.
That's my bad, guys.
Yep. I'd already done it. I probably should have warned you that it's going to be on you as well, but I think it's actually my fault, so I apologize. T1 are going to take down this Baron very comfortably, as there is no smite available, and I think Sandbox are out of gas. My favorite episode of Firefly, by the way. But Yeah, I don't know whether there's going to be much left in the tank here for Sandbox.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there is a way or even a 1% of chance to Sandbox to win this game, because it feels like just we are watching challengers versus diamond players, because it feels like it.
Yeah.
Because it's not organized at all by Sandbox and they're just keep running in.
But also, the thing that I find really sad is the fact that I think the game was almost over when Summit died.
Yes.
The first time, right? Because like, how are you supposed to hope to contend with Azir in the late game, Kalista in the late game, and a Jace that is 4 times as relevant as your Lucian? Like, it's like 4v5 from that point onwards. So very, very scary.
Yeah.
And they had not lethality Varus.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it from this. They are just doing 1-3-1, technically 1-1-3.
Yep.
Nowadays, there's not many teams that doing this kind of rotation because of the team fight. Because one team can always engage on you easily with like TP buffs, like you get more movement speed so you can flank it. But yeah, T1 is just having fun on the Rift. And it seems like just so easy to snowball this game.
Yeah, 24 minutes in, 8,000 gold is the approximate lead here for T1. Effort's having a great time with his Hex Flash. The rest of T1 are having a great time destroying all of the structures that Sandbox used to own. We're on the LCK Rift once again. We tried the Riot Rift for a little while. Back to the LCK Rift, that cute little flag. As Faker's going to take the opportunity to eliminate this inner turret. And Kenneth's going to do the same thing on the top side of the map. It's very, very standard Baron push play. As Summit's had enough, he's going to try and take down Faker, who does not have Flash available, as Emperor's Divide is going to be used. But it's not going to be able to keep the man in the mid lane alive. And Kenneth's still not actually able to get rid of that turret. So that might buy Sandbox a little bit of time.
And probably they can get additional Drake as well, because Faker died.
Oh wow, yeah, true.
But
Teddy's going to go for the 1v1 onto Summit. Ardent Blaze is going to miss. Maybe there's too many sticks, but in goes Canna. Good night, missed Dilution.
okay,
now
so
it's
they're
going to
gonna
be
lose.
4v4.
Yeah, and they're gonna lose both inhib now. They're looking for Dragon Fight. Yeah, Summit is currently 0-4-1. Having TP available, so probably he can join after 30 seconds.
Ooh, T1 giving up another Infernal Drake is actually a little bit of a worry. Sandbox aren't officially out of the game yet, and the base hasn't been broken. You can see there is a big minion wave dying to an inhibitor turret. Let's check out Faker just overextending a little.
Yeah.
Let's seize his opportunity.
This is the reason why you do not 1-3-1 nowadays.
Yeah.
Because there is so many chances that you can get cut out. But yeah, Summit. I don't know how to express this feeling when I see 0-4-1 Lucian in my team.
Yeah, depression.
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 Is literally my team Lucian in solo queue.
Yep. Yeah.
Lost lane, useless for the whole game, getting caught when we can snowball the game finally.
Probably yelling at your jungler.
Yeah.
Not so good. There's a Fate's Call though. They're looking for Summit, but nope. Okay, never mind. They're looking for Dove. They're going to be able to grab that kill pretty comfortably as Shock Blast not going to find Summit there. As Faker threw out an ultimate. I think he was looking for a Gragas who's going to try and punt Faker back, but he's going to trade some flashes.
He also failed his combo again.
Yeah.
So Faker could actually flash.
Well, there's the hook back. The 2-for-1 special there as Gorilla's pushed on forward. Chains of Corruption come in though. And goodbye effort. Gorilla eats all of that grey health. That's going to keep him alive as Canna wasn't even in the fight. Now looking for the Empowered Shock Blast on Fleek, not moving towards that base gate. And I think this war of attrition is finally won by T1. It's not necessarily the cleanest, but beggars can't be choosers. They'll take down the inhibitor turret. And now T1 looking for that reset.
Maybe Faker's boots literally helped him to survive that Gragas combo. But anyway, still, it's on Flick that who failed Gragas combo again. So
Yeah. Gragas has been a hard champion to play today. Even Chovy was
guess,
having
yeah.
some issues on that particular pickup.
yeah, and they are looking for Dove. Even though Dove has flash, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you get knocked up and he's dead in that time.
Oh yeah, I mean he definitely failed the combo.
Oh yeah.
That was not because of Faker's boots.
Faker did flash, so technically it's not a complete failure, but still.
Oh yeah, this is complete failure.
This, look, there you go. You've been redeemed immediately, instantly. That was like the caster blessing. There you
Has
go.
the blessing.
Nailed it. Gorilla's also probably going to fall down here as Effort's just waiting for the cooldown on his rocket
6
grab.
seconds. 5.
Yeah, he's
Four,
going real fast.
3.
Base gate. There's
It's
a
pretty,
turnaround
by
though.
the way.
Root's going to be there. Dove's dead.
Dove is dead for sure.
BTW. And now T1 are going to move towards the Baron. OnFleek was already dead. And this is going to be the freest Baron in the history of Barons that have been free. 11,000 gold is the lead. There is no way Sandbox come back here. T1 probably talking about what they're going to do on the blue side when they are back on the Rift for game number 2.
Yep. Gorilla and Summit is trying to just erase the wave to an extra time to farm for Varus, but unfortunately you guys have attacked with Varus against 5 Skishu cons.
Yeah.
And this is complete failure, we already talked about.
Attack speed Varus with no frontline against immense amounts of dive and poke. It's just not a good time. That was really
They're so good at
That
it.
was really sexy.
They're just so good at it. Never failed.
I think they might have failed once the first time that they tried it.
Yeah.
There were a few. I don't even know whether that was T1.
No, I mean they finished their combo, but they failed the team fight. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
yeah.
That's true.
So there is no issues about their combos. This is probably the reason why. Oh man.
Oh my God! OnFleek's the lowest level in the game.
Jungle difference.
Jesus. And Canna's level 18, 6 levels ahead of OnFleek.
This is the casual game that we can simply call it jungle gap.
Well, the jungle gap as far as experience is very, very, very high. Not as far as experience in the LCK. In fact, LM is well behind OnFleek on that one. But as far as the experience on Summoner's Rift in this particular game, number 1 of the last match of the week for week 2, yeah, LM is absolutely smashing OnFleek. Throws down the pillar. Shock Blast lands onto Root. Faker. Banshee's Veil at the ready. They are going to take away every single inhibitor. I think it's time for T1's first Infernal Drake. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. And also, this is the last chance for Sandbox, because if they lose this Drake, and if they just give it up.
If OnFleek is able to win a Smite fight 2 levels down against LM and against LM and Teddy at the same time, then that would be ridiculous. The Drake did go down to about 30 health though.
But yeah, anyway, Sandbox, they lost all the laning phases. Maybe only Dove had great time in lane because he was not getting solo killed or dying 24/7. But it's Syndra, you know, who should have the early game prior to help your team for the early game.
Yeah,
that's the probably the reason why they picked up attack speed Varus, but he didn't do any. He didn't actually finish his job for his team.
Yeah,
maybe pick up some kills on the bot lane, but that's not enough for Syndra, you know.
But also, if you're gonna pick Lucian top, then go all in on the early game. It's all right. Faker's just gonna go do the bait and switch. Still gonna die though, as Dove presses R on him, uncounterable. As now Teddy, he's gonna try and bounce around this fight. There are a lot of sticks into Root here as he gets the Ren set. Dove now very, very low, doesn't have an R button to try and save this one. And now Sandbox are in between the enemy base and a Teddy. And that's not what you want. Relentless Pursuit though, very close. But Teddy does have some minions to bounce around onto. And he's got a Death Stance to help him heal back up on top of his Blade of the Ruin King. So it looks like this inhibitor also going to be taken down as Teddy's taking matters into his own hands here as OnFleek does find himself a body slam, but Teddy goes golden. And now he's looking to finish this one off. Is going to be able to grab that kill. Grabs Summit as well, as this is the most fun a Kalista has ever had, by the way. He was untouched during that entire team fight, and now Nexus turrets are dealt with. Nexus will follow suit, a 13,000 gold lead. 32 minutes. Could have been one maybe a little bit closer, but I'm not worried about it. T1 certainly looks good as that was the super play. And Teddy, unofficial quadra as he takes down the Nexus.
They're just having fun.
Yeah, that was sick.
I mean, obviously.
He was on the fountain.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm not sure if they're just trying hard, but definitely I could feel that they're just having fun. All the situations were not that perfect.
Like all game. All game.
Yes.
Even when it was even in the mid game, it looked like T1 were just having the best time.
Yeah, and like, oh yeah, guys, you have these kind of mechanics. Yeah, hoo-ha. Left and right. Just shake some booties, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think it's not something that T1 does a lot of, you know? Like, oftentimes it is just like we prioritize victory over everything else. But this certainly did look like a lot of personality for a T1 game, and might just show the position that Sandbox find themselves in.
Yeah.
It's only winning one map for all of the LCK. This was going to be their opportunity, to be perfectly honest. Like, red side is not where T1 are the strongest. They haven't been able to find too many wins there, but moving back over to blue now for game number 2. I actually feel like draft-wise, things like that, it's going to be a benefit to T1.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's really hard for Sandbox because even though they had Varus first pick, they lost on it. They lost, and they are completely lost on the Rift as well.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. On the red side, you are kind of forced to ban those kind of OP AD carries, right?
Yeah.
And are they going to open Varus again? Because they lost on it. So they.
Well, I mean, if I was Sandbox, I'd open the Varus because it obviously didn't do anything, did it? And then they can learn that Varus is supposed to build lethality items, and you can't reach him because his range is so high. And then, of course, your entire team dies to piercing arrows.
Yeah.
But you can see 80 carry difference in the end was certainly quite high. Kalista damage being that high is actually something that we only very rarely see. But Teddy was popping off towards the end, just able to do whatever he wanted in that last team fight. But I think this game was all about Canna. Canna was just so good on the Jace. He made sure that Summit was irrelevant and proceeded to then land the Shock Blast he needed to, come to Teddy's rescue on the bottom lane, things like that. And otherwise, just looked pretty easy for T1. But
yeah,
what I don't like are games where it feels like it's one team that loses instead of a team necessarily winning. And yes, T1 played very well, but certainly a lot to fix up here for Sandbox. They do have an opportunity to, as we're going to go to game 2 right after the break.
이거 피음만. 그라짐. 이거 신드라 녹음 한번 깨봐. 신드라 노플이야.
이거 빠지자 한번.
아야 볼만해.
되냐?
기동대. 그라 노플. 그라.
그러자.
이게 뭐야? 나.
땡겨줄게. 들어와봐. 루시안까지.
안녕하세요.
나 있다.
아, 저게 가우상하게 뭐야 이거 조식에. 아,
조식에 못 없네. 뭐라고?
가우상하게 조식에 썼어. 야, 끌어.
죽여.
빨리 끝내. 이거 끌어줘. 제발.
빨리 끝내. 경기에 지장 간다 이거.
큐.
아, 뱀.
뭔 일이었어?
나 있다.
나이스. 되지.
얘들아 게임하다가 말하는 거 조심하고.
네. 나는 문제 없고 성준이 형만 조심하면 돼.
노력해 볼게.
천천히 이거 봐줄게.
천천히 나 տես어 앞에 있어.
아직 너플.
됐어. 다 잡았어. 이거 안에 왔다.
펜타키 가나요?
오플. 나이스.
가자 끝낼 수 있어.
야, 첫 개방점 펜타키?
와 뭐야 대회 진성준은 다른가?
이건가?
이게 아펠리오스인가?
맛 좀 봤어?
어이 맛이 좀 다르네.
보는 거랑 다른
매운맛이다. 야 좋았다 야. 나이스 야 다 잡아. 야 바론도 내가 먹었네. 야 지려. 야 게임 끝내줄게.
오공 조심해.
야 미안하다 빼다. 아이고 끝났다.
우리는 그 과열되는 그 분위기를 조금 약간 조근조근 할 필요가 있어. 너무 흥분하지 말고 알겠지?
아, 오케이.
진정할게요 이제. 보자. 오케이 나 볼게. 잘 열었는데? 얘 노플. 잡은 듯. 킬 있어? 나이스. 이야 싸울 뻔했구만. 빡. 야 배려다. 뭐야. 나이스. 여기까지.
야, 딴 데서 이제 보고 있으니까. 천천히 해.
이정도 가긴 갔을 것 같아.
서로만 두고.
제발. 라라라라라. 제발. 무빙. 예스. 무빙. 까비. 나이스. 롤 재밌다. 컷. 오케이. 버스 좋다.
야, 좋다. 일로 와.
버스 좋다. 버스의 맛이다. 야 오빠 라면 끓여줘. 쇼 마커 라면 끓여줘. 은호 라면 끓여줘.
라면 더하면 2판 무조건 혼진다 진짜.
봐줘.
안 죽어, 나 안 죽어.
야, 할만. 오공 높을.
나 오공 놓고.
파이팅.
아, 뭐야, 얘네.
잘 자요.
성시경의
잘 자요.
오공 넣고. 싸봐. 이거 스트레스. 이겨.
잘 자요.
용돈 칠 분.
용스틱. 뺏었어. 얘들아 내가 뺏었어.
내가 먹었어 얘들아.
헬 놓을까? 헬 좋은데?
텔 좋다. 텔 좋은데?
끝난 거 같은데? 쇼 마커 라면 끓여줘. 야 아래
여기서 광해검 사버리기, 영역 빨아버리기, 딜해버리기, 맞춰버리기, 앞점에서 버리기, 수면 초식해 버리기.
오케이.
매자 25 해버리기.
언제 끓여줘?
다음 판 형이 솔킬 또 따면 끌어줄게.
My Congo rap pops 너희들의 존중한 coming for you. My Congo rap already set 조준 이미 결정난 승부. 호자로 리샷 you can block 내 팀이는 1등급 샷 안 올라. 각오했다면 정의는 뒤로 해 like pop 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 pop. I'm ready to go.
Kill shot, baby. Then we coming into hot shot, baby. Bring it back, baby. This is
welcome back everybody to the analyst desk of the last match of the week. What was your take on the draft? I always think that the last pick really matters, and Sandbox took Syndra into Azir and Lucian into Jace, but Lucian had a really bad game. But also Syndra, he only played 50-50 during the lane phase. It was a very flat laning phase. T1, they opened up Varus for Sandbox, and Sandbox was looking for the late game, so he went for attack speed Varus. However, to be honest, this game had nothing to do with the draft. It was about the pilots in the game. It was a very absurd game because Sandbox seemed to be so lost and off. They were not on the same page, and they were thinking of the potential play coming up from T1. So it was a very one-sided game. T1 had a very clean first blood. So we want to talk about the ward and vision setup. So look at OnFleek. Just as he returned, he placed his ward outside of the brush. This was for looking for the vision for the potential level 2 gank from Trundle, just like Freak's Spirit did in the earlier series. However, Lucian just like openly places a ward in that brush. So T1, they can have a very easy prediction of the opponent's vision later on. They were having a very easy game, looking for the jungling path for Elm. Maybe Sandbox players, they were too aware of the potential level 2 gank from Trundle, but their performance didn't really reflect that. Even though they had vision to check out Trundle, their performance was not like that. They were just going in for no reason, and the way they placed their ward was not really that legit. Overall, Sandbox, they were really hasty and rushing. But same goes to T1. All 10 players, even though T1 won, as a point of pro players' view, this was not a pretty game. So we sincerely need a very harsh feedback on both of the team's performance. Azir and Jace does not really have a way to join this fight, but Varus, even though they were aware that T1 players are looking for a pick in that bait play, they were so uncautious of every play they make. Because they know what T1 was going to do, they had to be extra careful about their steps, their movement, their path. But they were just going forward for only plan they got. So Sandbox, they were just led by T1's players, and this game was more like a solo queue game. In the end, T1 was the one securing that win, so, well, let's check out the player of the game. Kana on Jace, he had a lot of pressure in the beginning of the game, and successful level 2 gank, early level gank from Trundle opened up a lot of space for Kana to accelerate his lead, and then he got a solo kill. And a super outplay, a montage play from Kana. Once again, OnFleek, he was not aware of any potential reaction from Kana. It was rather a very bad play from OnFleek rather than an outplay from Kana, because maybe Sandbox players, they are not even doing the spell checks. We can see there is a lot of problem going on the side of Sandbox. So it is really a time for them to tidy up. Even though they might be having a slump, but the way they communicate, the way they go into game should be fixed immediately. Let's move on to game number 2, Sandbox versus T1.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, as usual, for the translation, and happy birthday once again. That's our third happy birthday, G-Sun, so far this broadcast. I hope that's going to be enough, because it may have been our last opportunity, given the fact that this could be a 2-0.
Yeah.
Summit on your screen right here. Normally we come back to the player of the game. This time we're looking at the player that really needs to step up and take some control.
Yeah, I mean, he is player of the game in a bad way.
Yeah.
In a bad way.
The
In the worst
6v4
way.
was real.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, 7 versus 3 might have been more to the point, because OnFleek also looked absolutely invisible. I think T1's plan to negate OnFleek, remember, they chose not to ban Varus and ban Olaf instead, and then followed up with banning the rest of OnFleek's champion pool.
Yeah.
And then he looked pretty abysmal on the Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, even on Analystas, they were talking about, they are not even talking about, I mean, they are not even communicating about the summoner spells.
Yeah.
I mean, does make sense.
Pretty inexcusable, to be perfectly honest, but let's see whether they tighten it up as we move into ban and pick for game number 2. T1 back on their favorite side, which is the blue side, as Sandbox, this is one hell of an uphill battle.
So yeah, are they gonna ban Varus? Or are they gonna open up?
Well, I mean, Varus is terrible. He just lost a game, so shouldn't ban. There we go.
So yeah, T1 is banning Olaf as well.
And they can now. They can feel very flexible when it comes to the bans. They banned Karma, Aphelios, and Olaf in the last game, and now it's going to be Karma, Olaf, and maybe Aphelios, unless Teddy wants to have that option. T1 could, of course, ban the Kalista, pick the Aphelios. You can do a lot of different things here. I wouldn't mind a Trundle ban, but Aphelios is going to be taken away.
I would definitely ban Kalista against T1, when especially Teddy is performing so well on Kalista.
Well, will it be the Kalista ban into Trundle first pick?
I mean, otherwise they're gonna just pick it. I don't think they're caring about Trundle T1. I think they will care about more on Kalista.
Well, TF is going to be banned. Set is available, Kalista is available, and Trundle is available. So I think the Kalista makes the most sense, personally.
It's T1, so.
And yeah, there's no Aphelios available. The 80 carry pool is well and truly thin. I think Root picking up something like an Ashe here would make a lot of sense.
Yep. And I
Set
think
being hot.
and Ashe Tom Kench could definitely help them for their bot lane to have easy laning phase. And also the hook shot can spot out the enemy jungler really easily, but yeah. Syndra once again. I mean, what do you think about this pick? Because personally, I really don't like it. If you are especially bottom tier teams, that you really want to play safe.
Yeah, I feel like Syndra can be very easily exposed, but Dove was probably the best player on Sandbox in game 1.
Yeah.
So maybe locking him away a priority pick is going to be helping. What are we thinking? Trundle Azir, something like that for T1?
Easy pick.
They could even lock away the Jace early on here also. His counter looked so comfortable. On that pickup, the Trundle Azir, just a little bit too obvious.
Yeah, they always build around Faker and Teddy. It's already set it up.
Yeah. No,
Azir and Kalista and Trundle in the same team. I felt already really comfortable for the T1 side.
Yep. It's certainly looking like a bit of an omen for a 2-0.
Yeah.
But we're still very early in this draft. Sandbox might have some surprises for us. Oh god, that's a surprise.
That's actually a huge surprise. I mean, I know that they prepared for this, right? They prepared whole week to play against T1, right? So this is probably the pick that they were preparing when they are playing against T1, but it didn't work out that well. And also he failed so many times with Gragas.
Yeah, it was like mechanically not ready, to be honest. That's what it looked like to me.
Maybe more like mentally not ready to play this kind of pressure champion that if you misses one combo then you are completely useless. But yeah, they're picking it up again. It seems like they're really desperate.
Or they're flexing it. I mean, this could be Gorilla that plays it. Could be Dove. You know, they might go down the Chovy route. Who knows?
So Root Syndra with Gragas mid, then I can say, wow,
Yeah, Syndra Gragas bot lane.
Yamato Cannon is muffin.
Well, we're not. It's not over just yet. I think we have a feeling that the Gragas is going to be going into the jungle, and that means that it's almost a guarantee that the set will be heading top side, especially with Senna banned.
Yeah?
Unless we're going to see Root pick Kai'Sa and then have the set Kai'Sa combo. And T1, they've figured that one out as well. So they're going to ban the Kai'Sa, and now the 80 carry pool is basically just Ashe.
But I think they can definitely do something like Syndra set or Syndra Pantheon bot lane.
True.
And I think Root, he's not bad non-AD carry player. So I think they can definitely play it, but I'm not sure if they are ready. No, wait.
Oh god, okay. Lucian's locked in.
Okay, so it can be top Lucian with mid set and AD carry Syndra, or it can be like Lucian top with Syndra set bot lane and there is only mid laner left, or yeah, I mean, if it's top Lucian.
Oh, I love this. Okay, the Rakan coming back again. And that's going to be the Kalista Rakan that we saw be so successful, I believe, last year. We've seen it in other regions. Haven't seen it as much here in the LCK, but Effort's Rakan is extraordinarily good. As just pick Jace.
I mean, this is still fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay.
Look at their team fight.
Yeah, you get the quickness in there, and you've got Slicing Maelstrom. Oh my god. It's the easiest scoop for Faker ever. Oh my goodness. Disgusting.
And let's see what is this draft. I mean, if it's Lucian Gragas bot lane, then it's still actually fine. It's kind of really aggressive bot lane to snowball early game.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
But I think they are...
Yeah, counter picking top.
I'm not sure. They're just fully going aggressive. I like it, actually. I mean, I think this is...
So wait, this is Dove Aurelia, this is top lane Lucian, Syndra set bottom lane, and on fleek on the Gragas jungle.
Okay, they're trying so many things. They are testing
This is
so many things, yeah. I mean, if it was like some kind of DRX or T1, Genji, those kind of teams trying, then I would say, yeah, this is really nice try.
Yeah,
oh
let's
man,
go.
I love this. But they are on 0-3, losing all the games in LCK, and they're trying new things. And this doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, you might want to go back to basics first before you try to go with the mind games, but maybe that's just the way that they're going to do it. And maybe this is one of those comps that they have practiced in scrims. Maybe it's time to bring out the big guns as far as some of the secrets that they may have. But this T1 comp looks terrifying. Utterly terrifying.
It already showed up at game 1 as well, right?
Oh, yeah.
But I think, yeah, as you mentioned it, this is the one of the way you actually go through this rough time. It's definitely rough time for Sandbox.
Oh, 100%.
I think if they can win the game with this kind of draft, then probably this is the champions that they are really confident in it. I definitely love it.
Well, we'll see whether they can bring us to a game 3. T1 certainly with a teamfight comp to end all teamfight comps. But Sandbox, they have the all or nothing, we're going to kill you as soon as we possibly can and try and snowball this one to a 20-minute victory. And Dove's Ignite in the mid lane certainly shows us that one.
Yeah, I think this is complete all-in.
Yeah, and look, Root's even gone Electrocute Syndra.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely all-in by Sandbox. They just realized that, okay, we cannot win T1 in a normal way.
Yeah.
So we go full crazy.
Let's bring the cheese.
Yes.
Sometimes the cheese is what you need. We're going back to StarCraft, you know, like...
That is true.
If you can't win straight up with, you know, like...
4 drones?
Yeah, it's like 4, it's like a 4 pool. Let's go. Like, they're rushing. It's like, if you're Protoss, you're just cannon rushing. It's like Parting. Have you met Parting before?
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite players just because he's a little bit crazy, whether he's in the game or whether he's out of it. But yes, known very much for cannon rushing. And this feels like the cannon rush equivalent that Sandbox has put onto the Rift here with their top lane Lucian once again. And Dove on the Aurelia as his answer to the Azir. Definitely a good matchup for Aurelia.
Yeah. And also, I predict this game to go 20 minutes.
Yeah,
only.
one way or the other.
One way or the other. Exactly.
No, I think if T1 are going to win, it's going to be 30 minutes because you got to wait for that.
Because it's
Drake, you got to wait for the
Elder.
Elder into the Baron.
And to push, you should have 2 Nashers at least.
Yep.
Rotate safely.
Oh, straight up. And you got to have at least a 30,000 gold lead in the end. That's probably what Coach Kim said. They're like, 13,000? Gentlemen, what was I telling you about 30,000? That's what we need. That being said, I don't have any issues with playing safe League of Legends if it means that you win.
Yeah. I mean, if they...
All right, that's a flash. Facebreaker is brilliant from Gorilla, though, and Effort gets punished instantly for pressing his F button. Or his D button, as it turns out.
I mean, I would be really
flash out of route, though.
Yeah, I would be really mad if Sandbox plays safe with this kind of comp.
Oh, yeah.
Then I would be so freaking mad. But yeah, T1 is already playing really aggressive on the ball lane with their composition. They got push in level 1, so they managed to force out the flash by root. And this is great news for T1 already.
And I guess Rakan is more than happy to trade his flash because he's got so many dashes.
Obviously.
So, absolutely fine there. Teddy going to be able to take down this ward that was literally just placed in the brush. They observed it though, they already had a ward in there. Elam's going to turn up, and now Dove could be in trouble. Pillar goes down. Elam, you can see, trying to avoid the stun and actually outplace himself. He's able to move out of the way of Dove. Doesn't get a flash or anything like that. On Fleek on the top side will be able to take down this Rift Scuttler. Now Elam's going to turn his attention bottom side.
This is already better than last game Lucian. He is controlling the lane, and also Gragas is on the right spot to support Lucian. They spotted Trundle out on the mid lane. Maybe not it was intentional play, but
yeah,
anyways.
Was a weird play, to be honest, but that's okay. Add a bit of pressure. Faker has a slight lead. And Teddy and Effort certainly having a good time here in this lane so far.
Yep.
And the pressure isn't on T1 to do stuff, right? They have a comp that's going to scale much better than Sandbox's is.
Yeah, so Sandbox is kind of on a time clock that they have to snowball all the game.
Oh, yeah.
And Summit is already doing it though on the top lane. It's so much better than last game. Maybe not that much of CS difference.
There's LM. He's going to get booped there. Fleek going to put his belly into the troll, but that's okay. Clearing out vision. And yeah, you're right. I think it's a different matchup. So I think Cannon loses a little bit harder to the Lucian than Jace does. And we saw Doran, like, I mean, DRX weren't winning for very much of that game when Doran's Cannon was trying to compete, but is still going to be able to get those flanks, still going to be relevant as this game goes on. The Cannon isn't about laning phase necessarily. I remember when it used to be, you know, on-hit AD Cannon was definitely all about the laning phase, but the AP variety is all about getting into those team fights. And he's a doctor, so you gotta trust him.
Yeah, and this Ollie Drake is gonna help to snowball for Sandbox side, so this is already great. If they can get it safely.
Yeah. And I mean, it'd be almost inexcusable if they weren't able to get the early Drakes as this Sandbox draft, because they did opt in so heavily for the early game. But the fact that they're doing it, the fact that they're getting it very, very early, it's great news.
Great news.
All right, on Fleek and Dove, we're thinking about trying something onto Faker there. Decide not to. Exhaust picked up by Faker, as you can see. So definitely respecting the matchup. And you can see Ken is actually stacking this wave a little bit, so the fact that he has a slight CS advantage doesn't really mean anything, because Lucian will be able to pick up a lot of these creeps as they're heading towards the turret.
I think it's gonna be farming for another 3 minutes probably. Because, yeah, I mean, I think if Sandbox is farming with this composition again, then I think it's already a disaster. With Irelia, Gragas, Syndra in the same team, and Lucian, by the way,
Yeah.
you must fight Ollie and get some Ollie advantage from the skirmishes.
Not happening just yet. Teddy and Effort going to be able to take down this Rift Scuttlet in the bottom side river. And we've got an Ocean Drake coming up in 3 minutes and 40 seconds time. Mountain Soul or Cloud Soul going to be our options here today. Assuming Cloud. It's what you should always assume. Pretty safe one. There's Gorilla walking over to the Rakan, threatening to break his face. Decides not to pull the pin. As we check in, it's going to be Faker that's in the lead by about 9. Bit of a wave difference. He's taking the lethal tempo on the Azir as well, definitely aiming for the scaling.
And also you're playing as melee champion, so you probably proc more of lethal tempo than when you're playing against range matchup, right? So
yeah,
probably that's the reason why he picked up the lethal tempo. You're playing as melee champion.
Makes some sense.
At the same time, as you mentioned it, it's scaled better. It's scaled better.
Effort. He got punched for a moment, but nothing else going to really come of it as LM. All right. He's lying in wait, ready for a counter gank. Is Onfleek just going to clear out vision, move himself back. You see LM finally is seen by Dove as he blade surges forward. It's going to mean the troll is going to head towards the top side of the map. Red buff and availability here. As you can see, Summit thinking about moving on over towards it. A lot of pings there on the north side. This cannon's picked up an Ignite. He's ready for a potential scuffle with Summit. That control wars lasted a long time, though we did see in the enemy jungle on the red buff. T1 is well aware of the fact that the Gragas hasn't really gone towards that one as Onfleek turns up. And there's the Slicing Maelstrom onto Summit. He gets ignited, and there's the culling. Flash does come out as now Ellen's the one in trouble. Tries to use the ulti to try and kite his way out, but he's not going to be able to. Gorilla is going to utilize that Facebreaker, and they are going to transition into this Rift Herald. And now, first blood over to Sandbox. They'll be able to get even more money.
This is the team composition for the early game skirmishes, and this is the situation that Sandbox really wanted.
Yeah.
They will get extra golds with the Herald as well.
And T1 actually started off the Herald.
Oh yeah.
A little bit crazy.
I mean, they're actually really aggressive nowadays.
Might show some over-aggression.
Yeah.
But we like that. Being aggressive, definitely good. You know, losing the game, not so great, but we'll see whether T1 can stabilize. I have faith that they probably will be able to.
I mean, in the last game also, it was not the cleanest game when we talk about the rotation and those kind of detailed things, right? But still, T1 showed that they have better mechanics. So, yeah,
straight up. As Canna was actually just caught out of position here. Summit gets a flash, just solo, and that's honestly what does most of the damage. As LM tries to use the cast to taxi his way out, but there was Dove and Gorilla already lying in wait. No escape for the new jungler for T1.
But yeah, Sandbox, they shouldn't stop. They should just keep it up.
Yeah.
I think this one single kill is not gonna help them towards to the victory. So I think they really need to get this second Drake as well, and also try to make this Herald as worthy as possible.
Well, Onfleek gonna be able to put it down if he would like to, as Slicing Maelstrom to clear out the minion wave. A barrel comes in, meanwhile in the mid lane, Dove is gonna get pushed back with the Emperor's Divide. Vanguard's Edge onto LM though, as he gets ignited. The grand entrance there, just as effort turns up. Hand delivered. And Onfleek is gonna be able to pick up the kill top lane as well, but T1 answering back nicely, and they'll grab turret plates of their own in the mid lane. Onfleek being very patient. Not sure whether that's great. It's necessarily the best idea, as T1 are going to move down towards this Drake and should be able to take that one away as Faker deals with the mid lane outer turret. Not going to be able to kill it just yet, but lots of plates going over to the lethal tempo Azir piloted by Faker. Yeah, that worries me if I was a Sandbox fan.
Yeah, but still, Summit, he's already having a better time when you compare to game 1.
Oh, 100%.
Is completely different Lucian that you might thinking. It can be finally enemy team Lucian.
Yeah, maybe that one's... Maybe that's what he's picking it again for, just to prove to everyone that actually this is a really good pick.
Yep.
And Dove can just be bouncing around this mid lane. We'll see what happens here as we did actually look towards mid lane. Summit standing just on the edge of the Slicing Maelstrom was pretty nice as on fleek. He wanted to give it over to Summit, but wasn't able to.
But anyways, yeah, this is the bad moment for Irelia because she is melee champion, so she needs to just push her body to get the mid prior, right? So
yeah,
that means you have to fight against enemy champion 24/7, so you must have some backups or cares by your teammates. But this time around, OnFleek was doing his job on the top side, so he should be careful. But Faker, he flipped him perfectly, so T1 got the kill.
It was nicely done. Effort with the only gold advantage on his team. You can see as far as the carries bottom lane, there is barely any difference. It's going to be only 5 gold in at this point in time. Teddy's going to be well positioned to move towards some mid-game fights, and T1, it can be pretty early that they start team fighting. They just need to have a good Slicing Maelstrom with Teddy bouncing around with an item or two. And Faker there to try and scoop everyone up at a moment's notice.
Yeah, I mean, they still have great team fight composition, but I really think when Sandbox has all the flashes up, they can definitely fight back because they have item advantage, right? But it seemed like T1 got the secondary Drake, by the way.
They did. They got that Ocean, and now it's Mountain Drake. And if T1 even get 2 of them, I think it's just over for Sandbox.
I mean, it feels already really bad for Sandbox because I literally said that they really need to snowball it. They shouldn't farm with this so I think it's already really not that happy situation for Sandbox.
Yeah, good vision here as well for T1. Saw Spot out on fleek his entire journey through the river. And yeah, T1's just going to go back to slowly playing this game out. Faking it to go back home. I think it might be Nash's time. And that's right. So Sandbox do still have a lead. Like 1.4k, something like that. So not quite enough. Still, it's an advantage. That's something.
I mean, this time around, look at Sandbox's items. They have all completed items.
Yeah, they're
for each champions,
good.
yeah. So they should make some situation going on the map. Just try to go into enemy jungle and make some fight situation for themselves because, yeah, again, I don't think this composition is made for late game.
No, certainly shouldn't work out. If they win in the late game, then it's our eyebrows that should be raised towards T1 rather than anything else. Teddy clears out that top wave. Bottom side of the map, you've got Canna going back home. And I wonder whether that's because T1 do want to fight around this Rift Herald.
Oh, that was prediction.
Yeah, it was. That's not where Dove was, though. So Faker's going to have to blow his flash. As in goes Gorilla, finds a face breaker. Looking for Faker there, and they are going to be able to take him down. And now the teleport from Canna means an immediate exit of that particular fight. Yet another whoopsie here for T1.
Yeah. I never thought that I will say this in 2020, I mean in this world,
yeah,
in this universe, but guys, the fact is Faker inted.
He did, he made a bit of a mistake there. Yeah, not entirely sure what the mindset was, but we might actually have a look at a replay or something like that to give us some added explanation.
Yeah.
But he has done a few of these so far this season, on the Azir specifically. He's had some really good games.
Yeah.
But Not a man prone to making mistakes like that.
Yeah, I mean, he was always showing his performance, and in the spring split, everyone was asking about him. Yeah, maybe this time around Chovy and BDD is better than him, but he proves that it's not true. He was the best mid laner in LCK in the spring split.
He certainly won, so you can't really argue. As Mountain Drake has spawned, Sandbox have position as Faker's top lane without teleport. And that should mean that OnFleet can come over here and pick up this Drake. It's only a cannon towards the bottom side, so looks to me like T1 are just happy to give that one up. As Dub's also top side of the map. I have a feeling that T1 could have actually fought for this, but decide not to. And LM, he's top lane. So the Drake is just handed over to Sandbox. Really great news for them.
Yeah, that mid skirmishes helped Sandbox so much.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They forced out the cannon, TP, and flash, and also Faker used his flash and died at the end. So this is still going really great for Sandbox. They're snowballing, and if they can actually push this turret on the mid lane, it would be cherry on the top. It would be like 1 HP almost. Yeah.
Yep, it's going to be very, very low, as Teddy should be able to poke out Shirley's eye. Does so. Faker going to go back home, see whether he can complete his boots, something like that. And yes, he does. So Sorcerer Shoes in there. T1 are by no means out of this, right? It's not even over 2,000 gold yet or anything like that for the lead. But Sandbox do have momentum.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he
expected Dove to move topside.
But that was a necessary play by Faker, even though he flipped him. I don't think they can actually one-shot Dove right there. So, yeah, a bit of oopsie there. But still, they have late game teamfight comp, so it's fine.
Yeah, you may as well do your limit testing at the beginning and then win the game after that. As the gold lead's actually shrinking as the game goes on. 3.5 minutes until the next Mountain Drake is available. I would suggest that T1 fights for that one, as stacking these mountains can be very scary. Soul Point is certainly a large amount of pressure on this map. No turrets to be taken just yet by T1. You can see the bottom lane outer is actually very, very low, as is the mid lane. So T1 now looking to try and get in there. Take that one if they can, as backdoor bonus will be up. So Teddy not going to be able to get it on this wave. As Gorilla does show up. Cannons towards the bottom side, no teleport. Faker top side. Definitely no teleport because he doesn't actually have that one chosen.
Yep.
He will shove that one out though. And we've seen a lot of Faker in side lanes this season. It's sort of been his favorite thing to do on the Azir. It certainly is a threat to turrets though, so that does make some sense.
Yeah, currently still going great for Sandbox, but it's not that huge difference between Sandbox and T1, by the way.
I mean, look at the farm. It's identical apart from Teddy having a 40 CS advantage over Root.
It's only 20 minutes, but he has 246 CS.
What the heck? Yeah. Root's farming extremely well. But Teddy's sitting there at like, what, 14 CS a minute or something? Like 12.2. Thank you so much, observers, for putting that on the screen for us. As, yeah, 12.2 is ludicrous amounts of farm.
Yep. And other players are also farming really well, you know? And
yeah, exactly.
We expected them to fight 24/7, but actually they're farming 24/7.
And Teddy now has his 2 items that he's looking for. The fight around the next Mountain Drake should be one that T1 are going to feel pretty comfortable with based on where their items are sitting. Like, even Canada just needs to go back and get Sorcerer Shoes, and he has fantastic amounts of damage for this point in the game with the double penetration. So, yeah, this is it's getting frightening for Sandbox.
Next Drake is going to be the game decider, I think.
I agree.
Because Sandbox is not going to give this up freely if they really want to take this win. And also, T1, I think they're prepared to fight.
They've got the items for it.
Exactly.
Oh, even a Zeke's Herald done for effort. It's going to help Teddy out. That's all right. There's Grand Entrance, body slam, going to be the perfect counter to that one. Fleek just gets himself out of the way, out of trouble. And all right, okay, Faker goes back, collects himself a stopwatch. It's going to be a pretty early Zhonya's by the looks of things. Certainly going to be a decent pickup against the Aurelia.
Yeah. I think after that mid play, he's like, okay, I'm like Zhonya's.
Yeah, I think this might be a good idea. Let's keep ourselves alive, shall we? I think if Canna had a stopwatch, that would be ideal as well. Beggars can't be choosers here with 12 seconds to go until that Mountain Drake spawns. Sandbox getting themselves into position. Faker as well with pressure bottom side. And LM is now parking himself around this area. Sandbox make a smart choice though. Move into the mid lane. Take down that tower for free because they knew that T1 did have to be careful. Is now on Fleek. Thinking that he may have caught LM out of position. And tower falls bottom side as well. So LM wants to try and start off a fight. You can see Effort just dancing around the outside. Okay, there's the flash forward. Quickness lands onto Root, who immediately flashes his way out. Fate's call to save Effort, make sure that he's absolutely fine as Gorilla going to get knocked up and taken down. Good barrel, but into the backline goes Canna, and they just wipe everyone out. Root gets exhausted as he dives in, but not before. Faker does fall down, and Sandbox have found themselves the victory as LM's the last one standing. And it looks like Soul Point will be going over to them.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like T1 is swiping them up, but the point is, Summit is their main carry.
I guess so.
Also, Dove, he really wants to jump into them, and they actually jumped into Dove, so it kind of helped him. And yeah, that was not that like perfectly coordinated engage by Effort. He forced out the Root. But Root is just the ball laner. It doesn't matter, it's just all about Dove and Summit. So, yeah. Summit is just really hitting Faker on the side.
Oh, wow. And Root managed to press R on Teddy just before he died.
Yeah.
And that's why Teddy actually got eliminated from the fight immediately. So that is going to be Soul Point going over to Sandbox. Man, it looked like such a good fight for T1, especially as Canna flanked his way in. Yeah. But unfortunately, weren't actually able to take down the carries that they were looking for. And now you've got an on-fleek sitting at 2-0 and 4. A turnaround Gragas performance. And 1-0 and 3 for Summit. This is a very relevant Lucian.
I respect him. Like, after the game 1, after that performance on the same champion, I would definitely not pick it again.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
After that, they didn't care at all. So they're performing so much better at the game too. Maybe because of the feedback, maybe because of the changing mindset. I'm not sure, but definitely respectable.
Oh, 100%. Much, much better. As Teddy's got a QSS now, wanting to avoid any of the stuns and not wanting to be smashed back by Gragas or anything like that. As there's Faker picking up Gorilla. Showstopper comes in, but the show is going to go on, my friend. I apologize. Faker ends that one with a Sand Soldier. And T1, they get the pick that they were looking for, but it's only onto Gorilla. Not the end of the world here for Sandbox, and there's nothing really to fight for. 3 minutes on that Mountain Drake.
Yeah, and the vision score difference, 100 to 52. This is actually so huge. But
that is nuts. Okay, although you have a look at the numbers, and they're not that different. And Rakan being ranged, also being so mobile, is certainly able to get out there and clear vision much more simply. One thing I do want to talk about for Sandbox, though, is vision. Because you can see top side of the map, all of their vision around the Baron is actually very, very strong.
Yeah. So I think they have one more team fight to actually end this game. Because there is the Drake Soul Point, there is Nashor, and then if they get it at the same time. This was really great cutout from Faker. Even though there is no objectives that they can play for, still, kill pickup is always right and happy.
Yep, Conflict looking for effort. He gets bounced back. Grand Entrance comes in. Facebreaker down as well as there's the Fate's Call. And that's going to save him so much wasted to try and get the kill onto effort. And in the end, Teddy nullifies it with one press of the R button. as Faker gets himself out. Thought maybe he'd be trying to go for something aggressive, but decides not to. And Sandbox do have extra pressure. They know that Effort does have to go home, so inherently able to get themselves further down the map. T1 with so much standing gold though. Outer turret top lane, outer turret mid lane, both still standing. This game could flip on a dime if T1 do find themselves a team fight win. You see Summit towards the bottom side, putting pressure onto Kano, who's down by 20 CS. I think that's fine given what we can see in the scoreline. Summit having a much better time on the Lucian this time around.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. If T1 can win one single team fight, it's same to T1. It's gonna be easy win for T1 right now because their team comp is all about team fight and Sandbox is all about snowballing, right?
Yep.
And then if you fail or lose one team fight, then you will not be able to snowball anymore.
Yep, that's the snowball falling off the mountain. Doesn't really work. So T1 still not going to be too worried about their position in this game, but Sandbox not out of it by any means. They just need to keep up the pressure, keep winning these fights. Essence Reaver completed for Summit. That is 3 items already done. Canada does have 3 as well, but they're not quite as expensive as what Summit's put together for himself. Now Sandbox are lying in wait. Not going to find the target. There's that little ward there. Actually very valuable. Now once again, Effort could be caught. He's going to battle dance over to Teddy though, and their position is given up. Now Faker standing in position, but Vision is on top of him. 1 second, Mountain Break now going to be available, and this is Mountain Soul for Sandbox. They have to get this. As we can see Canna, so can Sandbox. As they get out of the way, Teddy in position, Battle Dance gets Effort to safety. Control Ward goes over the wall. T1 immediately get rid of it. Now Dove has started off this Drake. And is still there in flanking position though. Elim over to the side. This is definitely going to be a team fight. That is a phenomenal stun there from Root as the mountain goes down very low. It's stolen from Elim, and now the team fight is on. Faker picks up Gorilla as Canna just zoning with the slicing Maelstrom. It is going to be the Gragas falling down for the first time as now Root has nothing left in the tank, and Faker goes golden at exactly the right time. Dove's going to fall. Faker somehow just walks out of it, and I think we're done on the side of Sandbox. That was the fight T1 needed to win, and they won it.
And they got the Drake as well. So, and Faker just popped off in that team fight. Maybe that was the timing for Summit again to pop off in that team fight, but his Zhonya's, he's exhausting. Like, everything was just perfect by Faker. And then I already...
Yep, you'd already put it down. You are the prophet.
Yeah.
You'd called it. This is going to be a Faker win as Canna, not sure what he's doing here. He's going to get face broken though, as that's just going to bait Summit in. And Canna survives. I don't know what's happened, but yeah, I think we're ticking towards 30 minutes, and Sandbox, they've once again, the tank is empty.
Yeah, and I think when you're a bottom tier team and you are trying to snowball against the top tier team, it's always feeling like climbing up with the snowball, you know? So
yeah.
If you fail one time,
pressure, right?
Yeah, if you fail one time, you're gonna fall down.
Now let's have a look at this team fight once again. Elim gets a brilliant smite, which also procs his King's Tribute. As yeah, Faker was basically untouched.
Yeah, I mean, look at Faker. He's zoning Summit. This time around, it's an exhaust, and also the second time, he almost got one shot, but Sonya's.
He didn't even ult for the whole team fight. He just baited everyone. He soaked an entire culling.
Yeah.
And then pressed his Zonya's button. And in the meantime, Teddy was able to do whatever he wanted because Sandbox was so concerned about what Faker was going to do.
So Summit just tip it in and died. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yeah. His first death of the game, too. As we've got a 3,000 Baron power play. That's going to flip the gold lead entirely on its head. And Effort is going to get culled. Oh, no, not quite enough bullets there.
Because he was building for Nice Bow. It saved him.
Nailed it. Now he's going to go back
literally
home,
saved him,
completes it. The ultimate buff Teddy with arrows type build. I like it. Normally you can build Ardent Sensor and stuff like that, but do you get an arrow? No, you do not. Need to get them arrows to make circles around the Callista's feet. That is what's very important. Faker's level 18.
Already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
When enemy support is level 11, it's 7 levels difference between laner and support, and it makes me really sad.
It's 31 minutes, and Teddy has 386 farm.
I mean, it's look, Teddy won. T1.
Teddy's Flame Horizon his own top lane.
Yeah, T1 means Teddy won, so
That's true.
he's making it, and he's showing the reason why their team name is T1.
The first and only T1 team.
Yeah.
So, yep. That's close to 4,000 as we tick down the Baron buff power play. LM in position here. Gets the body slam out of On Fleek. That's a long cooldown, actually, as he throws out the explosive cast. Also a long cooldown. Not relative to other ultimates, to be perfectly honest, but still going to be something that T1 can bear in mind. Is Mountain Drake going to be spawning in 55 seconds? Every time one of these comes up, T1 does need to be careful, as Teddy's got 4 items, 3 of which give him lifesteal.
Yeah.
He's got Cleanse, he's also got a Rakan, he's got a QSS, and yeah.
Unkillable Demon.
King. That's Faker. He's been a little bit more killable than he otherwise
I guess,
has
yeah.
sometimes this game. But T1, as the juggernaut that they are, just seem to have outlasted Sandbox in this game. And now they're waiting for Sandbox to overstep their bounds. Okay, there's the Predator. Flick looking for an
He's jumping in.
opportunity. Okay, not going to be able to find that one. Yep. Quickness is going to lock up On Fleek, and they just want to make sure that they get the smite out of this one. Dove is going to miss his Vanguard's edge as On Fleek able to escape for the moment. Showstopper, as Gorilla does get the 2-man face breaker, as Canna's just looking for the backline. Syndra melts, evaporates instantly,
Faker.
actually, as Faker over to the side.
Man.
On Fleek tries to get in.
And
yeah, this game's well and truly over.
believe it.
Fantastic play from Faker, though. It's just really depressing watching a Gragas just body slam forward into the death chamber.
And he still has flash up.
Yeah.
I just cannot believe that. Because he was getting chased by all the players and all the skill shots, and he still saves his flash for the last moment that he needs to kill still on the last moment.
And gets the ace for his team. Clean stuff for T1 in the end. Sandbox, to be perfectly honest, bounced back better than a lot of us would have expected. But in the end, it felt pretty inevitable that Teddy didn't press the button in time. Oh, how sad. That's okay. You can't really top the style points that Teddy and Effort got for the end of Game 1, so you may as well just screw it up completely in Game 2. But that is going to be it. T1 2-0 over Sandbox. A little bit too clean, to be honest.
Was it clean 2-0?
Well, it was cleaner than DRX's 2-0. We had 2 2-0s today.
Yeah.
This was definitely the cleaner one. And I think it was. I think that there was that one glaring whoopsie that Faker did in the mid lane. You can understand why he did it, but it still was one. Are we still happy with this particular player of the game vote, or do you want to change your mind? How are you feeling?
Maybe I need to change it. I'm not sure because of the first play that Faker did.
Yeah.
The mid lane. But yeah, I mean, I'm sticking it.
You're sticking with it?
Yeah, I'm sticking with it.
All right.
I think Faker, even though he ended early game, after that he was controlling the mid-game team fight, and after that you saw the last moment when he got focused by all 5 members of Sandbox, right? He survived.
That's true. He did play very, very well there.
Yeah.
As okay, I'm just going to have a look quickly at Effort's Rakan. He's currently 100% win rate on it in the LCK this year. That's 2-0 thus far.
With Zyrakan, and this time around it was Kalista Rakan, yeah?
Yep, this time around Kalista Rakan. So I just need to go all time. just have a look at what his win rate on the Rakan is at the moment.
Wait.
He's played 20 games and he's on an 85% win rate.
Oh.
That is before this game. So he's probably up to about an 88. At this point, the guy does not lose too many times. It does mean that more often than not, he has Teddy Zaya next to him, and Teddy Zaya also pretty fantastic. But yeah, Efforts Rakan is a bit of a big deal here in the LCK, and certainly was here today as well.
And I like the way how he was styling on the enemy team with the skin. He was wearing IG skin, by the way.
Well, I actually liked what Root did. He picked the SKT Syndra skin as
that's
well.
true.
In the bottom lane. I do like that. I do like that. But yes, IG skin certainly enough to put some fear into the hearts of some of our T1 players. Maybe not now though, because IG certainly didn't do so well over at MSC and are kind of a shadow of their former selves. If we're looking back towards their dominance in 2018. But enough talking about the LPL. Let's keep our mindset back here, because with this 2-0 win, T1 now equalize once again, just like the end of last week with Gen G.
That is true. They are slow starter, definitely.
100%.
In the early game season. And we saw that happening in the summer split. I mean, spring split, right? And yeah.
Why do we keep highlighting this? Oh no.
I mean, this is the situation that Sandbox actually wanted, you know? So they must show this, you know?
Yeah, true.
I feel a little bad right now that I voted for Faker, but I think, yeah, all the players had some oopsie moment, but this time around he did really well in the team fight, especially.
Oh no, he missed that ult too. Conflict did have to use his stopwatch, but that looked like it was going to be the sickest play. And then unfortunately for Faker, unable to actually make that one work. He did tie it up though with a couple of kills at this particular moment. And from here on out, I mean, this was him tanking a culling for the majority of the time, but what it did was it brought all of Summit's time away.
And also, like, look at here. I remember this team fight as insane as here in this game. That's really fat Lucian, by the way.
Yeah. But he was zoned. No real opportunities.
그라본다.
We're gonna have a look at the,
잡았어, 거의 잡았어.
We
밑에
got
좋아,
it.
밑에 좋아. 밑에 킬 막아. 위에 잡았어, 아래 조심, 아래 조심. 위에 잡았어.
왼쪽도 좋아. 이렐 너그.
이래 뺄게.
Okay, everything is looking great.
이래 조식에 있어, 이래 조식에.
다행이야, 빼봐.
아래 죽었어, 아래 죽었어.
살만해,
살만해.
probably dead.
아래 잘 실려 잡았어.
야, 위에 봐줘, 위에 봐줘.
위에. 라인 찍혀.
막았다, 내가 막았다.
야, 미드.
Middle.
나이스.
That's what Apple said, by the way.
yeah. I think if Effort doesn't get player of the game here, then
끝난 거 같아.
everyone's trolling.
오케이,
나 좋아, 집중 끝나.
뭐라 하지 모르겠어. 조용히 해, 그냥. 항상 고맙다.
야, 죽여. 형 바보. 어디 가세요, 형? 어디 가세요, 형? 너무 좋아요.
Where are you
어디
going?
가세요? 너무
Where are you
좋아요.
going?
형 사랑해.
Where are you going?
나이스, 엘리미
Teddy's
사랑해.
like having fun.
형이 사랑하고.
나는요?
This
I love
certainly
you.
looks like a lot of fun. that
다이브
Teddy's
가자,
been
이거.
having.
다이브 가자. 다이브.
Apparently,
일단
Faker is calling
좀만
dive.
깨봐, 좀만 깨봐.
으아!
이거 돼? 이거 돼?
내가 먼저 할게.
Is it possible?
몰라.
No.
나이스.
And Elim is currently just saying, I
장난
love you
아니네.
all, I love you guys, I love you so many times. It's so cute.
Ellie was on the bus. He was certainly on the T1 bus, as you can see.
That is true.
4.4k, but he just needed to, press his R button on the right targets here and there, and he did navigate the early game relatively well.
Yeah, and also this kind of competition didn't work out in LCK again, Sandbox. I mean, they tried and they got the early leads, but unfortunately, it was T1.
And if there's ever a team that that you wouldn't want to try and snowball against and get an early win, it is straight up T1. Their ability to stabilize is the best almost in the world. Like, it's insane. Like, this is what they've been known for forever. So don't do it. Picking early game against T1 is suicide, always has been. But Sandbox are a we win in the early game or we lose type team. So I think there is one, it's insane, and two, you got to stick to who you are and how you win, right? But unfortunately, Sandbox is stuck between a rock and a really hard place.
I mean, they have no color.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what they are looking for.
They're mono red is what LS would say, which is a Magic the Gathering term, which means you just try and rush down your opponent and don't pay attention to anything else. something that I knew as Face Hunter in the Hearthstone days.
Yeah.
We're mentioning a lot of card games that have no relevance to League of Legends. But hopefully
we have,
that helps some of you guys understand.
But we have Legends of Runeterra right now.
That's right, we do. So what is the Legends of Runeterra equivalent? I haven't actually played too much. I guess it's the, what's the one that Draven's in?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's, Noxus. Some of the Nox.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there are the Noxus comps that are a lot of...
Aggressive.
Yeah, I think so. I haven't played enough.
I think that's
Terra, to be
Noxus
honest.
plus Piltover or something.
Yeah, Noxus Piltover, it's one of those. As we're going to have a look at Canna picking up player of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think also Kana did a really great job on the team fight because at the bottom side during the Drake pit fight, yeah, look here, he forced out this
He
really
proto-belted to avoid it
Yeah.
as well. That is sick.
That is sick, you know. So probably that's why he got most of the votes. And yeah, I mean, I think everyone in the T1 members deserves the POG, right?
I mean, there was a lot of really good team fighting in this game.
Yeah. Oh man, I still cannot believe the Faker actually survived that. It's just crazy. And look at Kanda, man. He's just baiting them. This is best CC ever with 1 HP.
The best CC is convincing your opponent that they should be going exactly where you want them to. Whoa, I've never heard that one. That's beautiful.
And Effort, best support in the world.
Oh, that was so good.
Loved it.
Faker says thanks, and T1 also say thank you because this has allowed them, instead of moving further down, like if they had have lost here, it would have been catastrophic for their position in the standings, and now they move up to equal 4th, I believe, with Gen G. And we have a stabilized top 5, I guess, with team dynamics being the real surprise up there. We're going to have a look at the standings, though, after we get the player of the game interviews. And I think it's Canna, the double MVP. So we just get to have a chat to the new top laner.
That is
starting
true.
to pop off, yeah.
In T1, when you have Faker and Teddy in the same team, you have POG for 2 games.
And you have Ellen, who's got a crazy KDA for a jungler. But we're going to throw it over to Ji-sun for some interview translation with Canna.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with Universe Translation, and here we are with the proud Andong boy, Kana, for the solo POG interview. How do you feel, Kana? In game 1, we had a very smooth victory, but we had a hard time in game number 2 in the early phase, but happy that we dealt with it really well. So this is your 3rd POG, but this is the first POG interview. It feels really awesome. Yeah, you are the solo POG, and you are just crashing Lucian on Jace. Even got a solo kill. What's your thought on those 2 matchups? Just looking at the lane matchup, Lucian is over Jace. But in terms of the later phase of the game, Jace has much more work to do. And as long as you get a kill on Jace up against Lucian, you have a lot of priority. So when you have this solo kill angle, do you kind of prefer it, or do you want to go a little bit more safe? I prefer this kind of spear versus spear matchup on top. I guess Kana is really having a boosted confidence based on his improved performance. Who are your competitive players? There are some scary players, to be honest. Keen, I've played against him already, and then the green comes as a pressure as well. But you do want to face him, right? I mean, I'm scared, but I want to give it a go. Let's talk about the draft. T1 opened Varus to Sandbox. It's very rare. What was the plan in opening that pick? Based on our scrim results, we thought Kalista is actually over Varus. Watching T1 series recently, Effort, well, he used to be like a standard boy. He always wanted to end the game early, not going for a turret dive, but now he's he's also going for some risky hooks and dives. I don't know what happened in last year, but I mean, if you look at him, he's a very new type of person, but as long as I got along with him, you know, I can communicate with him really well. We have a really strong bond. We're having a really good time.
이게 바로 서포트. 막 그런 느낌인데 사실 그러다 보니까 그 재밌는 장면도 많이
We had a lot of funny moments as well.
1세트 솔방우탄이
And also that BlastCon accident was really critical in the end of the game. Azir had to jump into the wall of the enemy nexus. I don't really remember that. Yeah, there were some blooper coming out of T1.
이거는 진짜 안 나는 거죠?
Are you sure you don't remember it? I didn't even saw it.
혹시 다른 의도로
Kana being super professional at the interview. Then let's move on to another topic. We had a lot of fights and skirmishes. And recently, especially Coach Kim has been mentioning that T1 wants to grow up and adapt to the fights. Yeah, I guess we are fighting a lot. And the more we fight, the better we get used to fights and become better. T1, they were always so strong in a large team fight, a very controlled team fight. But now, Coach Kim mentioned that he want to be good at small fights, skirmishes as well. Did you guys feel any kind of improvements? Did it go as you guys planned? I think it felt well, and I think we won, so it was really fun. Then, what color is your performance today? Our team color is red, so I'll go with red today. That was like an in real life commercial quote coming out from Kana. In a truly ad star here in Korea. However, game number 2 was not easy, to be honest. How did the players saw the situation? We were behind in the early phase, but we had this confidence that we are better in the late game. What was the reason or evidence that you guys believe that you will be having the lead in the later phase? We had better engagements, we could collapse better, and we had better damage dealers on our side. Game 2 was really close, so we had a very split vote for POG. So, who would you want to vote for the POG in Game 2? Definitely not me, to be honest. I thought mid or bot.
달리다 보니까 그런 장면들이 좀 나왔었구나라는 생각이 좀 들고. 그럼 어떻습니까? 칸나 선수가 그런 얘기를 칸나 선수가
Some people said you are one of the underestimated players because even though you perform really well, you outperform your opponents, but you don't get enough spotlight about your performance. And some people call you the Gotna because you're playing so well. What's your favorite nickname? I mean, I heard only the things that I've heard already. Nothing really new. The Gotna. With the God Force. We are really looking forward to your next series up against Tamon Gaming. Well, T1 has a little bit of a hard time up against this team, so how are we gonna prepare for that series? Tamon, all 5 players are doing a great job, but T1 as well is a group of fantastic players, so I wanna go all in for that series. And you are the representative of your hometown Andong, so I hope you can keep this hard work. And this will be the end of the interview with Kanna from T1. I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as usual, for your interview translation. And that is going to do it for week 2. I do need to chime in on T1 facing off against Damwon because the fun doesn't end there. After that, they're against Gen G. It's going to be a very interesting week for T1 fans because it really will separate the strong from the less strong, one could say.
I mean, old Big 3 versus new Big 3 as well, you know?
Yeah.
Dynamics, and also there is so many teams that which is performing really well. So I think this standing is already really looking really interesting, right? Before this week, all the blue teams are on the left side, but right now it's a bit mixed.
It certainly is. And I find it really interesting that T1 and Gen G have done exactly the same things throughout both weeks. Both of them lose to DRX, and then both of them manage to find victories in exactly the same fashion, 2-0, 2-1. Doesn't really matter, and they are going to continue to be on equal footing. And both of them moving their way back up the standings, but on Friday, we'll have to pick between them because they're going to be facing off against one another, but not before T1 takes on Damwon, and Gen G at that point facing against Sandbox will help with their momentum moving into that series. T1 versus Damwon, though, is a really exciting one. Remember, it was Damwon that ruined T1's chances at MSC. When they faced off against each other, it was Damwon that were able to take T1 down. So I'm very interested to see what Damwon has planned and to see how T1 is going to fight a team that has looked very, very strong. Despite the fact that Damwon weren't able to take down Gen G. Still looking very, very good.
Yeah, and there is also DRX versus Dynamics.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting match. I mean, before the Summer Split starts, we were thinking a lot that Dynamics is not going to perform that well. But yeah, they are already showing off, you know, and that this time around it's top 1 against top 1 team in LCK.
Exactly. This is actually their biggest test. I think the only other team that they've faced that's towards the top of the standings was Afrika, so DRX is going to be a huge step up, especially after they just dispatched Afrika today 2-0. But that will do it for week 2 of LCK Summer, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you for week 3 in a couple of days' time. See you then. Good night.
And I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want.